mute the thing so that I don't hear feedback, because that would be cool. Maybe. I don't know. Oh, yep, there we go. Okay, perfect. I've muted myself. Excellent. That's all I need.
I see it now. I see it. Okay.
All right.
You're muted. Okay,
Yeah.
let me see. Live chat too. Okay. We good.
Yeah, apparently I did not break it. I think that Julie is to blame for me not breaking it. Not blame, the other thing, whatever that is.
Yes, no, that was me for the Slayathon thing. Like, they were having a hard time, and I was like, Julie and Chelsea do everything for contemporary thought. I'm like, I have no idea.
They send me a link, and I press it,
Yeah.
and I'm on there somehow. Yeah, I've never done this before, so I was like, Julie, I just need help. How do I set this up? Because there's a more complicated way to do it, and I've tried to look into the more complicated way before, and I'm just like, I don't understand. So yeah, but we're live, so that's cool. Yeah,
That's cool.
We can give some people some time to filter on in. I've shared it on all the places. If anybody's in the chat, please say hi, because I remembered how to do that.
But this book was really, really good. Not to like get into it yet while no one's watching, but like this was a fucking good book. Like truly, it was good.
I'm so glad that I could finally get you to read it, because I know you've been wanting to, and I was just like, she really needs to read it so we can talk about it.
Like I instantly, like the first illustration on the very first thing, I was like, oh yeah, I would die for all three of these little cuties, like instantly.
I want these people in my life. Yeah. And I've seen some fan art, and I'm just like, oh, I just need all of their fan art all over my house forever.
Oh my gosh. I was saying now, not to skip to the end, but I'm like, there could be more. Like, give us more. Like, yeah.
I'm like, I would gladly take as many sequels as she wants to write, and now I need to read her other stuff because she has other stuff. I just had never seen it before. So
I've only read the Shadow Hunter stuff, but okay, like, oh my god, this is gonna sound so shady, but I can always tell when it's her and Cassie Clare writing them because I like them more.
Yeah,
and compared to some other people that join in on the anthologies. And that's why too, like when I first started reading, I'm like, oh yeah, I can tell this is her, you know?
Yeah. I actually like when you can pick out distinct styles when it is something that's co-authored, especially if like you know that one of the characters was written by one person and one of the characters was written by somebody else. Like it's very obvious in What If It's Us which character who's baby. I'm just like, I love it.
Yeah, definitely. That one especially too, because it's like the whole energy is behind them and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. Speaking of Julie and Chelsea, I think that they're meeting up tonight. And I'm like, I wish we could teleport and be there. That'd be so cool.
I know, right? Yeah, because she was like, oh, I would love to be on the live stream, but I'm literally in California seeing Chelsea that night. And I'm like, that is a really good reason to not be on the live stream. That is perfectly adequate. Hi, friends in the chat. We're just kind of waiting to see if anybody else joins us. And if anybody has any questions about the book, did you read the book? Are you just joining in because this is what you do on a Saturday night? Just let us know in the chat. It'll be good.
Are you watching League of Legends? Because some shit's going down.
I know that Jamie read the book. Jamie was sending me screen caps and being like, oh my goodness, what is happening right now? And I'm like, I know, girl, I know. Also, thank you for sending me your screen cap of your notes, because I don't take notes on what I read, and then I always feel like I should have, because maybe I would remember more little details and be able to bring them up, and I'm like, it's fine. I got
it's like the good side and the bad side. Like one time I was waiting in the parking lot somewhere, I don't remember where, and I had my book, and I was like, oh, I can't read this because I don't have like my notepad with me. And I was like, what did you just say, Melanie? Like, what did you just say? And like, it put me in a crisis. I was like, I'm never taking notes again. But it didn't last. Like, here we are, you know?
Yeah, no. Once you get used to doing something like that. I thought about tabbing because I've never tabbed anything for the first time. I was like, I could definitely buy a pack of tabs and just like put them wherever for whatever I'm like really into. And then I'm like, I didn't go to the stationery store. I started reading without them. I'm like, nah, maybe one day I'll be that person, but today is not that day, apparently.
I'm like the lazy tabber. Like, I feel like everyone's like, all right, these are all the colors I use, and I use them because of this, and here's my key. And like, literally, I'm like, I don't know if you saw my Red Squirrels vlog, but I was like, literally, quotes I like, important things, trigger warnings. Like that's all. I'll have like 10 tabs throughout a whole entire book, you know. But I can show you my tabs for this one.
Yay! I was hoping you would.
It's kind of bright.
Oh yeah.
Of my life.
Yep. I see
but,
it.
You know, like, but when normal people like tab a book, it'll be like everywhere, you know, and I'm just like, oh.
Yeah. If you hear random people in the background, it's my roommate talking to Hockey, because that happens. He'll just talk out loud to the Hockey and not realize he's doing it until I make fun of him for it. So there's that.
Maybe the same with mine. It might be my best friend's questionable boyfriend who coughs all the time, and I'm like filming videos, and I'm like, what are you doing with your life?
Yeah, with me and him, it's him blowing his nose, and I'm just like, I will be able to cut this out. It's fine. That's what editing videos is all about. That and like the children that scream while walking by my house, or you know, the murder of crows that lives in the tree. It's fine.
I feel that.
Excellent. Yay, there are people in the chat, and there are people that tab in the chat. So I'm just like, teach me your tabbing ways, friends. I probably wouldn't even be able to like tab on like a color-coded system of like this color for this thing or this color for this thing. I'd just be like, I liked this part. Tab.
Yeah, that's me. I'm like, what looks good with the book?
Yeah.
Blue and purple. Okay, you know.
Yeah, perfect. It'd be like, oh, this section, I'm gonna want to come back and reread this because it's amazing. Like literally by page 2, I was like, I'm gonna love this book. Not even like, I already knew based on the drawing and everything, but like when you get to that, what is that section on page 2? Because it's my favorite. That that bit where Elliot's just like, oh, what the heck is it? Where is it? Nope, that's not it. Just the bit where he's like, you don't need to tell me how magical worlds work. Like, I have the past several hundred years of popular media to tell me that. Like, I already know. And I'm just like, yes, I'm gonna enjoy this.
Yeah, no. Like, I always feel like that's how I am with, like, always 5-star books. I can, like, tell within the first 20 pages if it's got it or if it's, like, it's very rare for me to change my mind throughout a book, you know?
Like, this book made me laugh out loud twice within the first couple of pages. And I'm like, even the first line is, like, magic school turned out to be rubbish or whatever the first line is. I was like, sold, love it. It's gonna be great.
Yeah. Yeah, it's so weird too, because I feel like I was expecting something so completely different than what this book was too, which is so weird to me. But
what were you expecting from it?
Okay, well, I didn't expect like the continuous format of it in general. So like when you did the page breakdown, I was like, what? Like that's so weird that she wouldn't do like chapters or whatever. And you were like in the middle of page whatever. And I was like, what? So like instantly I was like not on the defensive, but I was a little bit like hesitant. I was like,
you're like,
you know,
Kathy, like,
yeah, because I always prefer short chapters to long chapters anyways. And I'm like, damn, well, this is going to be something different, you know? So, but it worked. I don't know what I was expecting. I knew that it was queer, but I didn't know that it was going to be such like a bi celebration. Like I didn't think that at all. And I knew it was kind of like satire-y, but I didn't expect a main character like Elliot at all. Like I just didn't at all.
He's so sarcastic and just like the biggest sass mouth and like incredibly witty. And I'm like, I could never be that quick on my feet.
Oh, I could never either.
Fair enough. I mean, he's a fictional character, so like he has the added advantage of somebody is writing him and like walking away, coming back and writing him. So like fair, but so sassy. Oh my goodness.
Oh no. And then like all of his soft moments.
Mm-hmm.
That's like when I like really fell in love with him.
Yeah. And just
like again, like not to get into it, but when like Luke's mom like tries to like hug him, like the second thing, and then he's like, oh, I was waiting for her to like it's a joke. And I was like, oh, you poor baby, let me protect you. Like, come here.
You like, what is this? I'm so sad for you.
Yeah, that's me. I'm like, how is this little shit like breaking my heart? Like what? But he did.
Yeah, several times. There was definitely times when I cried. Basically whenever I was crying, to be honest.
Yeah. I also expected more mermaids. So like the whole like premise at the beginning when it was like, oh, I want to find out about mermaids. I'm like, they're going to go on a magical journey to find mermaids, which I'm not saying they didn't because they kind of did. But like, you know, I thought it would be more like that. But then the ending was so beautiful that I'm like, okay.
Tales for Mermaids. And I was just like, oh, I love you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would really love if she would continue, and or even just like write a companion novel. It doesn't have to be like a series or anything, but like them at whichever outpost they ended up at, like 5 years from now, would be
even just like in the Elves, if that's where you know, the girl and the dude went, I would read that without question.
Oh yeah, definitely. How much did you love Serene and Elven culture being very opposite of our gender roles in our society?
Everything. Well, that was like, because I felt like the buildup of it was so like perfectly done too, because you're expecting him to come in and just be this like Legion commander, like Lord of the Rings style guy, and then like what did he do? It was like knitting class or knitting academy or something like that. I was like, oh, my soft babies, like yes, OTP, you know.
Yeah, he was like, oh, I told my parents I was embroidering, but I learned sword fighting. I was just like, I fucking love you. Golden, you're the best. And like shows up with like pudding boobs.
I know, that was so good.
I'm like, I love you so much.
And I just love how like her and Elliot like stayed best friends after, you know, they had something. Because I feel like that is like, I don't want to say representation, but I'll just say it. That's representation that we never see in books. It's like, oh, you guys broke up, you broke up. And it's like, I'm friends with all my exes but one, you know? So it's like, that's like good representation.
Yeah, I definitely haven't seen that in many things where people stay friends. Like people usually, at least in books and also in life, tend to like be like, this person did me wrong, so I can't possibly also enjoy their time afterwards. So I'm like, that's true of some relationships. There's definitely people I've been in relationships with where I just should not have been in a relationship and it was actually terrible. But I have friends that I have had relationships with before, and that's fine. That's good. Like there was a reason we were together. We like each other.
Yep.
Yeah.
And even just like being each other's like biggest cheerleaders and just like, you know, like being in a relationship, but then like still being able to talk about new relationships. I don't know. It was so well done.
Yeah. I felt so sad for him though, that like the whole reason he like downplayed like how he was crushed was the fact that he was like, well, if I'm not still friends with her, I will have no friends. And I remember what that's like, so I'm just gonna completely push down all of the feelings. I'm like, oh, sweetie, I've been there, but also I feel really sad for you.
Yeah, definitely. I do think that like even though Elliot is like a character that feels so well crafted, I think he's also so relatable. Like on so many different like planes of existence, you know.
And the whole like, because he is meeting people that have grown up very different from him, like Luke does not really understand that he's joking when he calls him loser. He eventually kind of understands because they both seem to have grown into this like, well, I'm gonna be this person's friend even if they're not gonna be my friend thing, and they both kind of did it independently.
Yeah, definitely.
It was so good to read just their journey to becoming actual friends.
Yeah.
Did you see any of the twists coming? Because there were a couple, and on reread, I was like, oh, that's where that was alluded to. Okay, yes. Mm-hmm.
I feel like even just like the big relationship, you know, that like was leading up to it, I kept like, and I don't know why I was doing this, but I kept like second guessing myself and being like, maybe it's not going to be this way. Maybe that's going to be a big twist that this whole book really, and I do think this book is about friendship, but like, you know, like maybe that is going to be like nothing more. And so like, I think that was like the thing I like bamboozled myself with the most while reading is I kept being like, maybe it's not going to be like that, you know? And then I was like, oh my God, no, OTP. So like I switched real quick, you know?
Yeah.
But even the whole thing with like the play and stuff, I was like, maybe it's not, maybe, you know?
Yeah, like he's back and he's trying to get with this person, and yeah, I had somebody on the first day tweet me their thoughts, being like, "Oh, and I really hope that what ends up happening happens." And I was just like, "You're gonna be so pleased when you get there."
And I think that it felt also like I don't want to like this is obviously like a fictional like half harpy like boy and you know like boy going into a portal fantasy, but like I still think it was like realistically done too. Because they like had to work for it, you know. It's just like them just being like stupid teenage boys, you know. And I'm like, relatable.
Work for it. I loved the line of, That's mathematics, sexy mathematics. I was just like, oh yes, the body positivity, wonderful. Yeah. One of the things that I know that you clocked, because I watched your vlog, is the fact that like this one does very much go, it's men and women for bi, and like obviously we know that's not the only options. Because I identify as bi, but I'm definitely one of those people that's like my own and other genders, because I realize there's not just the two. So I wish that this book didn't do that, but also at the same time, he has attractions to like people that aren't even human.
Yeah.
Like, it's on the way to understanding that.
For sure. And I think that has to do a lot. Like, I know that this book isn't that old, but like a lot has changed in publishing in 2 years. Like, truly, you know, and
Exactly. And like, even if it was published 2 years ago, it might have been written before that, because I think that it started out as like a short story on her blog, and then people were like,
let me say that opening this book to seeing that it was dedicated to Holly Black, I was like, my good bitch, what? Like, I was like, okay.
They're friends. Yeah, I clocked that too, because I either didn't read the dedication the first time or whatever. Oh, something hockey related happened. But yeah, I clocked that too. The first thing I was like, oh, this is dedicated to Holly Black. Cool. And like, apparently she has some fantastic writer friends that I've heard of before. And I was like, oh, well, wouldn't it be lovely to be part of that circle of humans? That would be wonderful.
I always look at the acknowledgments at the end of books just to see like who's friends with who. And I always do that. But that's like, The Cruel Prince is dedicated to Cassandra Clare, and then Lady Midnight is dedicated to Holly Black. And those are like my two faves. Like, I'm like, oh man. And so when I read that, I was like, oh man, they're setting me up to like 5-star this, you know?
Yeah. Oh man. Yeah, I haven't read any Cassie Clare yet. Not because like I'm avoiding it or anything, but just because like it wasn't on my radar when it first started being a thing. Like I was traveling.
It's a bumpy ride. It's a real damn bumpy ride.
Yeah, that's my understanding. And like someday I'm gonna commit to like going through it all. It will happen over like a very long period of time. I'm not just gonna like read them all in one go, because I need breaks. Like I can't do a 15-book series all in one go. I just can't. But somebody came into the library the other day because her daughter is just finishing her exams. They're going away for, I guess, spring break. I don't know what people do with their time at school right now. I've been out of school for a while. But she's like, oh, I really need to pick up Queen of Air and Darkness for my daughter, and apparently there should be a copy at this library. And I was like, okay, so firstly, you're in the adult section, it's not going to be here, let's go to the teen section. So I'd walk her over there, and like we had to like run around and see if we could find a copy. And yeah, it was good times. And then I hand it to her because I found it like on a truck or something, and she's like, whoa, this is a big book. And I'm like, yeah, Cassie Clare writes really long books. And she's like, yeah, this should be good for her 2-week vacation, right? I'm like, it depends on how fast she reads, but yeah, it should. She should be fine.
Yeah, Queen of Air and Dark. That's the series I know you'll like. The rest of them, I'm like, it's a bumpy road. It's a bumpy road.
You'll have to give me like a plan of like, this is how to read this series. You can ignore these other ones, and I would be okay with that.
Oh my gosh, I know. Well, that's like me. That's like I feel like it's such a chore, but I feel like you appreciate all the nods if you read them all. But at the same time, like I've 1-starred, you know, at least one book in the OG series. So it's like, I don't want to tell you like, force yourself through that. It's really bad, you know, and then it's like, but you'll appreciate this one-liner on page 700, you know. So it's hard, but the Dark Artifices are so good and so gay, and like you will love it.
I look forward to it already. Yeah, I definitely have that like completionist mentality. Like I would love to either view all of the things or read all of the things. Like one of the biggest reasons why I haven't gotten into Doctor Who is that I just can't watch it from the beginning because BBC taped over a bunch of the episodes, so I just can't.
Yeah.
And like, I know I can start at the reboot like everybody else, but also I tried that, and like you don't know what the crap is going on half the time. So
I feel like I'm like nerdy with everything in nerd culture except for Doctor Who. And so like lots of people will be like, who's your favorite Doctor? And I'm like, oh shit, I don't know. Like, let me guess a number. 13? Like, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I've
seen Lady.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. I kind of want to start watching it because Jodie is playing the Doctor, and I'm just like, well, I like her. I've liked her in other things. Grace Point was the one. Yes, Grace Point. They did a remake, and they shot the remake like 2 blocks from my house. So I've seen both of them. And it's really weird because David Tennant is in both of them playing the same character. So one, he's his David Tennant self with basically his own accent. Maybe they made him British in the show, or maybe they made him English instead of Scottish in the show, but like a UK accent. But then he has most of the same lines in the American remake, but with an American accent, and it's really weird because I'm like,
that is weird. Yeah.
They like changed his name and changed his accent and said it in America, and I was like, this is strange. But a lot of it was shot like a couple blocks from my house, or like up where one of the libraries is in town. So I watched it for that. I was like, ooh, yes, I've gotten coffee there.
That's really cool. When I was like in like middle school, I want to say, God, okay, I can't even think of what the movie's called now. It's the one with Will Ferrell and he plays basketball. Do you know what?
I don't think I ever saw that one, but I definitely was aware that it happened because he did a lot of movies like back to back to back. Because he was
I cannot think of what it's called, but that movie was shot like in Flint, and so like everyone went there, and we all got to meet Will Ferrell, and we were like, "Oh, it's so cool!" And I'm like, I didn't even see that movie. Like, I don't even know what it was called. But
like, I don't even care, but like it happened here, so I was excited about it. Yeah,
it happened.
It's just like anytime, like either the X-Men movies, like the older ones, not the rebooty ones, and Deadpool are shot like at Hatley Castle, which is a castle we have here in town. So I'll be like, oh, that's here in Victoria. I've never been there, but I know it's geographically close to me, so I'm automatically more excited about it. Weird.
No, that's cool. I didn't know you were Canadian I mean, it's not like I haven't known you that long, but I did not know you were Canadian for a really long time.
I mean, it's fair. Like, it's not like I have a super harsh East Coaster accent, although I did, like, live there for 6 years, but that was 20 years ago, so, like, yeah, I don't have the accent at all.
I feel like I have a big East Coaster accent, but my ass is a West Coast person, so I don't know why I have it, but everyone's like, you're from California, aren't you? And I'm like, no, not. I'm from mini Canada. I'm from Michigan.
It's right there.
We had Tim Hortons, okay? Like,
yeah. Yeah, it's yeah, because like unless you have a very strong regional accent, we just sound North American. So
Play the man.
Play that man. That's me. League of Legends right now.
Play that man. Yeah, people can hear you when you scream, so we make fun of you.
Somebody's like looking at the puck and not the guy right behind him who got the puck and scored. So
something hockey related happened.
Oh God, do I sound like I have a Southern accent? Oh gosh, no, I'm gonna go change my voice completely.
I mean, occasionally you do, but it is like endearing, and why would you want one?
My mom, she was like, oh God, I've had too many beers already. She's just like that typical white woman that like reads Gone with the Wind, and she was very young. I have the copy of Gone with the Wind I have is my mom's copy when she was like younger than me reading it. And she fell in love with the name Melanie. And if she ever had a daughter, she was going to name her Melanie. And then now my name's Melanie. So named after a racist book. That's kind of not cool. But have you seen Sweet Home Alabama with Reese Witherspoon? And they're like, Melanie. My mom loves calling me like that, like to be funny. And I'm like, please stop this. Like, it's madness.
Delightful. What even? That is delightful. Come on. You know you love it.
And then my Filipino dad wanted to name me Priscilla. So, like, either way, I was going to be questionable anyways, but I got Melanie instead. So.
Melanie. Oh, I love it. It's so cute.
Melanie is a name that's, like, not uncommon, but, like, I don't really know people with it. You know, it's weird. It's weird.
Like, it's not one of those names that people are like, oh, well, that's a weird name, but also,
yeah.
Like, Kathy is kind of a weird name because, like, most people of my age will either stick with Catherine or go to Kate or Katie, but, like, very few times have I seen people my age that go by Kathy. So it's weird in that aspect, but not weird at all because, like, there are a gajillion Catherines.
Yeah, no, I totally think I would do Kathy if my name was Catherine. So, like, I approve that.
Yeah. Good on my parents for just calling me Kathy or Kath. Yeah. It works.
I feel, and like growing up, like no one called me Mel. Everyone calls me Melanie except for my dad and my brother will call me Mel. And then, you know, Meltotheany, like a lot of people in the book community will say Mel. And I'm always like, oh, that kind of sounds, I did this to myself, but it sounds a little weird.
Yeah. Like, oh, people are calling me. Okay, so you prefer Melanie. Good to know.
I don't care. It just reminds me of my dad and my brother a little bit, but
that's fine. It's one of those good to know type of things. Because I think I've always been like Mel from Meltotheany when I'm like putting.
No, I like it. I like it when like it's more like when a personal level calls me it. I'm like, so keep calling me it, please.
Okay. Call you Mel.
So what are you gonna wear? It's the prom. It's the Booknet Fest.
I mean,
I
can't wear my actual prom dress because that does not fit anymore.
Big mood.
Yeah, big mood. Although I did wear it in a video in February I'm sure I came up with a really good reason for it. Oh, it was because I was doing Valentine's, and there were a couple of different prompts that I just kind of combined. One of them was like, go out, like show us your day of reading type of thing. And another one was write a song. And I combined those, but then also because the book, there was another prompt to like read a book you had previously DNF'd. And in high school, I DNF'd Lord of the Flies because there's no women in that book, and it pissed me off. So I read it. So I combined all three of those things and being like, just to make this more ridiculous, here's a dress I wore in high school, but like it was totally not zipped up in the back. So I'm just like sitting there singing this song that I wrote to the tune of a musical that I did in high school and showing all of this footage from like me wandering around town and like reading in the snow sometimes, which was weird because it doesn't snow here because we're Hawaii of Canada. So like we had snow. It was a very strange video, but I enjoyed making it.
Oh my God, how did I not? Because like I did Valentine's just because of you.
Aww.
So I'm like, I think that like it was just like contemporary fun madness. I got lost in it, but I'm like, oh, you best believe I'm gonna go creep and find this video now.
Oh yeah, definitely, it's in there. You'll find it. I'm sure it has Valentine's in the title even. I make a lot of videos. And
you do, but I love it. I love it. You're literally one of my favorite content creators, and I say that all the time. And I'm such a sappy bitch in general, but like literally, like becoming friends with you, starting a booktube was like worth the booktube experience, like in general, you know.
I'm so glad. I love all of our buddy reads and like, I love everything about it. And I'm just like, Mel, she's great.
I know. I wish you were coming to BookCon or Book Expo.
Yeah, I
understand. It's like both is a lot.
Yeah, and it's the traveling, and then also like I'm not paid the best at my job, and also my job is doing weird things right now. So I'm like, am I gonna have income in 3 months? But my ticket to Booknet Fest is already booked, so it's fine.
I have not been to Florida in like 5 years. It's gonna be weird. So are you just going to Booknet Fest, or are you gonna do like the Harry Potter thing too?
I've never actually done the Harry Potter thing. I would like to, but also it's expensive. And
it is expensive. I should see if we can like get a deal or something. Sometimes I get deals with stuff like that.
Yeah, because I'm showing up, like I land Tuesday night before it happens, and it's like a Friday, Saturday event, and then I leave Monday morning. So in theory, I could go on like Wednesday or Sunday. Like I could go, but
we should. I haven't been since they like built up like Diagon Alley, and I think they built like a new thing, and I haven't been since that.
Yeah, I think that would be very cool. And also my best friend is like one of the biggest Harry Potter fans in all of the land. So like the fact that I've been to Florida a couple of times now and not gone, she's just like, but why? It's right there. And I'm like, but it's expensive and I'm poor.
Oh my God, do I sound mean in my video? Oh man.
Aww.
No. That thank you. I appreciate that. I think I just get I'm so long-winded that I'm like, let me tell you like my stream of consciousness for like 5 minutes straight, you know, where I'm like, Melanie, stop and breathe, you know.
Yeah. What I love about watching your videos is you do just go on all these random tangents, and I'm like, I can't talk that much in a row and have it make any coherent sense, even though like I can string a sentence together if I'm typing. Oh my goodness, trying to talk to me when I'm like typing to you is that's where I get long-winded. It is so bad. It gets like extra eloquent, and like I'm not trying to be like that bitch, but it gets so like extra in all of my word choices because I have the time to think about them. And sometimes people are like, what the hell did you just write to me? And I'm like, oh, yes, the TLDR is this. Sorry.
I feel like my ADHD just like jumps out in my videos. I'm like, let me tell you about this, but let me tell you about this, and I'll come back to this, and then let me tell you, but I'm like, it's who I am,
I love it.
That's why I kept feeling there in that red scrolls. I'm like, this is how I do it for my brain. I'm like, I don't recommend this. Like, if you can stop these steps, don't do these steps. But my brain is like, all over the place. Okay, I'm gonna do my second one. Oh no, my hand is clammy now. You made me nervous.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
No, I'm just kidding.
I know. That's why I got cider that is just the pull tab, because then I will hopefully not fail at opening my beverages on the internet.
Wait, why is my hand clammy? When I was in college, I don't even know if I was in college. I might have not been 21 yet. I don't know. Take this story with a grain of salt. But I got so messed up for the very first time drinking alcohol on woodchucks. So now whenever I have cider, I'm always like, I can only have one because
I remember.
Yeah, it's real.
Yeah, the first ever thing I ever drank, so the legal drinking age here is 19, and I didn't start drinking until like a few weeks after my 19th birthday, because I was always the person that would like designate to drive people around, and I was fine with that role. I never really thought that I should start drinking. And like, I knew that it wasn't like my parents being like, you can't drink. Like, they would have bought me alcohol if I wanted alcohol as a teen. They bought my little brother alcohol when he was like 14. And it's like, as long as you're drinking it in the house, you're not drinking a lot of it. And you're like just drinking it while playing video games. We don't care.
My life.
The first time I ever drank, it was like a couple of Bacardi Breezers, like the orange ones. And that was actually, no, the first sip of alcohol I had officially was this little bottle of cherry schnapps. I think it was cherry schnapps that I got from a couple of guys from Germany. And they had come like on like an exchange type of thing. So they just needed like billets to stay with. And they stayed at our house for like a couple of days in, I don't know, grade 11 or grade 12. And like, they brought presents for everyone, and they were like, well, your parents aren't in the room, here's this alcohol. And I was like, I don't drink, but I will one day, and like hid it away. And like, that was the first like shot of something I had. It was good times. It was very tasty.
We're going to bring the mini Canada back, because me and my friends, when we turned 19, we would go to Windsor and we would go gamble and drink.
It's fair. Why wouldn't you? And even I remember going, because in grade 12, I joined the band class, which is not a normal thing. Like, you're usually in band from like grade 7 onwards, and you learn how to play an instrument properly. But I wanted to join chorus, and it was this structure where it was like one day is band, one day is chorus, and it alternates. And I didn't want to spare every other day because I was an overachiever. So I joined band and played auxiliary percussion. So like the triangle and the tambourine and the timpanis.
I mean, 50% of my partners have been drummers, so I'm feeling this conversation. Okay.
I learned how to drum sort of that year. And the band, like every other year, would go on a trip, and we basically like go from Vancouver Island, which is where I live on the West Coast, and kind of drive across BC and then into Alberta and up to Edmonton, where that giant ass mall that we have is. And then back, basically, and like stop at elementary schools along the way and play little shows or whatever. And I remember going on that trip and then being like, okay, those of you that are 18 now, we do understand that it is legal drinking age in Alberta is 18, but you're on a school trip, so don't do it. And I was like, you don't have to worry about me, because I went to Russia and did not drink. Because I was 18 at the time. I hadn't started drinking. I could have had so much vodka. Didn't.
This is like I wouldn't have guessed. I mean, not saying like, oh, this is bad or anything like that, but just like, oh, I wouldn't have guessed this of you. I like this side of you. You're like a good girl. I'm like, okay.
Yeah. Well, it's just I've always been like that responsible person, but like obviously I will drink. Like, I also used to be a tour guide in Scotland and used to drink.
That's so cool.
Yeah, it was like the best job I've ever had. I was in university, and I had done my first year in the theater program, and my best friend said, hey, in about a year I'm gonna move to Europe, do you want to come? And I'm like, yes. Second year of university, I just like pieced out, and we moved to Dublin for a year, and then we moved to Edinburgh for a year. And in Edinburgh I was a tour guide. And I love that city. It is my favorite city. I used to live in a hostel, which sadly does not exist any longer. But I used to live on the 4th floor of a hostel that my window faced a castle on top of a volcano.
Oh my word.
So friggin' magical. Like, why?
I need, okay.
So
That's wild. I've always wanted to go to Ireland. Always. It's like, I like that face shit. So like, but like that's awesome. Like I've only been, besides Canada and Mexico, I've been to the Philippines. That's it. So I'm like, I want to travel so much more,
So like Kathy and Melanie trip 2021 or something like that to Ireland. Since I've done Dublin. Dublin was the last time I was there was probably 5 years ago, and that was just a very quick trip for St. Patrick's Day because I was traveling at the time around Europe, and then cousins of the guy that I was seeing at the time were also in town, and like they're big friends of mine, so we all decided to like meet up in Dublin for 4 days and just go. And I got to play tour guide there because I used to live there as well. So I was like, oh yes, let me show you to the bookstore. Oh yes, let me take you to the good gay bar. It was a good time.
Locations I would want. So I'm like, okay, we're good. Oh man, yeah. I don't know. I feel like, this is just like being like a US like person in US schools and stuff. Like I feel like we don't have like a good like where all the providences are and stuff like that, So I'm like, I don't know. But I didn't even know you're on the West Coast. So I was like, oh shit, okay.
In the same time zone. I can actually get a direct flight from my city to your city because I've done that before. Well, assuming that you're actually in Vegas.
I'm right outside. I'm in Henderson. Yeah, cool. It's like right outside. But I say Vegas everywhere. But like whenever like I give my address to people for like book stuff, they're like, bitch, I thought you lived in Vegas. I'm like, I'm the city outside of that, okay?
We're the same. Come on. Yeah.
But Emily from Possibly Lives in Vegas right now. But
cool.
We couldn't match it up, but she's a lot of fun. So I'm like, oh, I wish I could hang out with you. But you and League of Legends took precedence. Okay, always.
Thank you. Yeah,
But yeah, we definitely will make it happen, especially if Julie and Chelsea and all them. They all want to see the Backstreet Boys, which my friend is a dancer.
That would be good times.
It'll be fun.
12-year-old Kathy will be very happy at this.
And I have a friend that's like high up at the Cosmopolitan bar. So it's like we don't have to worry about dress code and stuff like that. We can just be like, let us in and we can get like, a thing and stuff. So it'll be fun.
Cool. Okay. Somebody's asked questions and I should probably pay attention to them in the chat.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. I'm over here.
Oh, the art on the walls. I don't usually change the art on my walls. Just like if something cooler comes in, I will put it up. But this has basically been it since I started my YouTube channel. Like things have been added. For example, like this guy I got at Geek Girl Con a few years ago. So like he just got hung there because it's easy to do that on that peg thing. Now I can't put it back. But a lot of this is just like either stuff, like stuff that I just thought was cool or whatever. Like this is a postcard a friend sent me, and I was like, "This is really cute. It's going on my wall." This is from Booknet Fest last year because I was a moderator, and I will be a moderator again because apparently I did a very good job, and they want me to go again. So yay! And like adding Fest pass and that type of stuff. So like things get added, but it doesn't get like switched out. If that makes any sense. The other question was lives at Hogwarts and picture change themselves. That would be very cool, but yes. And asking if I have any crazy subscribers. Not that I'm aware of, but I will not discount the fact that that is a possibility.
Definitely me. Definitely me.
Yeah, you've got some?
No, I'm yours.
Okay. Yeah, that works too.
So, okay, what's your Hogwarts house? I've always wanted to know.
Definitely a Ravenclaw. Like, it took a very long time before I actually took the Pottermore test and the type of thing, which you would think I would do immediately because best friend is biggest Harry Potter fan in the world. But no, it took a while. And yeah, it was 100% Ravenclaw.
And what is your astrological sign?
I am an Aries.
Oh yeah, duh, it's your birthday day. I'm a dumb bitch Virgo, so.
Okay. I have no idea what that means about me. So if you know, please tell me. Because I don't.
I feel like I guess I should have. I think I came into this like prior to the beers, knowing that you were an Aries. Yeah. But I feel like I always click best with Aries and Libras.
Okay. Cool. What is you? Oh, you said Virgo. You just said that. But what is your Hogwarts house? The one I
Oh
want.
God, it's so embarrassing. I am such a Gryffindor. It's like I used to think that I was like a Gryffindor just because like growing up with Harry Potter, like everyone wants to be the Harry Potter experience, you know?
Yeah.
But then I'm like, no, I'm like literally just a dumb bitch Gryffindor. Like I really am. So like I feel like there's not much of us in the book community, probably for good reason.
There must
But
like there's gotta be a bunch. I like all of them have great traits. So like to me, I've never been like, oh, house pride of this. I'm like, oh, that's just who I am, and I happen to align with one of these full things that somebody set up 20 years ago. Hooray me!
I feel like everyone thinks I'm a Hufflepuff though, but I definitely have taken the test and gotten Gryffindor and Ravenclaw. So I feel like that if like I have a secondary house that's Ravenclaw, not to be like, oh, I like books, I'm a Ravenclaw, you know, but like basically I'm just not Slytherin. That's what.
Aw, poor Slytherins. They're always like, oh, nobody wants to be us.
I feel like I always date Ravenclaws and Slytherins though. So poor Hufflepuffs and Gryffindors.
I mean, I love us all. As long as you're a cool human, I'm like, I like you. It's fine. Also, I really like the person in the chat that's like, them have traveled outside of the country. Me has never left Ontario, Southern Ontario at that. Well, friend,
I was gonna say, I'm like, you're not missing much in the States, I'll be honest
yeah.
with you.
I mean, this presidency is maybe not the time to try to go.
Yeah. Oh,
yeah.
Jamie is such a Slytherin. She is.
Yeah. Excellent.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm excited for BookCon and Book Expo. I haven't been to New York in a really, really long time either. So it'll be a fun experience. I really wish you were going, but
I wish I was too. I've never actually been to New York and would love to go to New York.
Oh, really? See,
yeah.
it's like that whole thing because I'm like again, like American, like you know, like we're the country, you know, where I'm like, oh, see, I've been to New York through Niagara Falls, and I'm like, bitch, she's on the West Coast, you know.
I mean, I did used to live on the East Coast, but I moved here when not here, but here to this island when I was 12. So like, I did live on the East Coast, but like, do I remember most of it? No. So.
I feel you.
I'm actually going back to the East Coast for the first time in June because my little brother's in the military and was posted there a couple of years ago. So him and his wife and their 3 kids are in New Brunswick. So I get to see them again, which is going to be amazing because like the littlest one wasn't even walking the last time I saw them. And now apparently he's almost as tall as his brother, who's like 2 years older. So I'm just like, how do humans work and function and grow? I miss you. And then I'm kind of low-key hoping because we're there for like almost 3 weeks that we'll also just like take a little drive over to Nova Scotia because it's the Maritimes. The provinces are very small and like maybe go see our old family home from like 20 years ago. That
would be cool. I love shit like that. I'm like, I'm such a nostalgic person. So
yeah.
So where did you go? You went to the States though. Like you were in like Oregon or Seattle, one of the two.
Yeah, I was in Seattle. So like the island I'm on the West Coast, I can actually take a boat from my city, which is Victoria, to Seattle. It takes like 2.5 hours.
Oh, see, that's like really good information if you want to hang out too, because like I have family in Everett, which is right outside of Seattle.
Yeah.
So like every summer, like I would always go and like spend time with them and stuff. And I always say like that's where I'd want to like retire or like put up roots or whatever, you know, because like I love Vegas, but I'm like, do I want Vegas to be my forever home? Maybe not, but I do go out there a lot, so I don't know. And I've never been to PAX West, but I always say I'm gonna go to PAX West.
I've heard it's great. That's not one of the ones I've been to. Usually when I go to Seattle, I am going to Geek Girl Con, which is a feminist geek convention that happens every October. Okay. And I've been like 4 or 5 years, and I was on a panel last year, so that was fun. Or I go for a concert, like Hank Green of the Perfect Strangers played a few years ago, so I went and saw that. Or Tim Minchin played a couple of years ago, and I went and saw that. And then what else do I go for? I think that might be it, really. I just go for like events that PodCon. I went to both the PodCons, and they were also in Seattle. So
then the sword thing you went to, that was in Canada?
Yeah, so the sword thing was, the most recent one was actually in my city, which was nice. I didn't have to do anything. Usually when I hang out with those friends, it's in Vancouver, so I just take a ferry over to like the place that people think is the capital of our province, but this is the capital of our province. It's just smaller.
That's good to know. That's good to know. I don't know. I would like to go to like more con things and stuff like that. Like I always go to BlizzCon. It's like that's like the one that I always splurge and go to. But like I don't know. I don't know if you play Blizzard games or not. I mean, it's just like something I always do now. So it's like but
especially if it's something that takes place in your own city. Like we had never had our own Comic-Con type of thing until last year, and I didn't go to it last year because I was in Florida exactly when it was happening. I was like, guys, why did you do this to me? But this year I was like, sure, yeah, whatever. I will get in for free because I'm at my friend's booth, just touching pretty swords all day. And then also
that's badass that your friend is like a blacksmith. That's so cool.
So he owns his own armory. They have the facilities set, like a lot of the swords that they bring in from Baltimore Knife and Sword, which are the guys that have they have a really popular YouTube channel about how they make their swords as well. And then like all these other really cool ones, but then they also now have their own forge and they make their own knives, and they're really nice knives. And then like they teach classes, and like they bring in armor, and they used to make all their own chainmail. Some of it they bring in, but all of the jewelry is done by them. Crystal is their in-house fletcher, so she makes all their bows and all their arrows.
I love this so much.
A worker who makes all of their leather stuff, so they've got like the most beautiful quivers I've ever seen in my life. And I'm just like this is my friend that I feel is always auditioning for like the coolest friend you could have, and he's had the title for like 10 years because on top of this, he also like does pyrotechnics. So he like lights things on fire for a living sometimes, or does the light shows at rock concerts. I'm like, just like, how are you this cool?
Really cool. And not only that, I'm like, wow, his life is the new adult novel I need. Oh my God.
I know, right?
That's badass.
Just like learning how to fight style. Yeah.
You read Duke by Default because we read the novella together, right? Or no?
I actually haven't read the rest of it. I want to, but like I saw that this novella was happening, and I was like, well, this sounds amazing, and it's short and it's sweet and like all of these things. But I need to read the rest of it because I've heard really good things. I just haven't gotten to them.
That is what it's like. He's got his own armory, and I don't think I've ever read about that before. And I was like, I love this. That's so cool. That's like so fucking cool. I love that.
It's fascinating. I actually met him while I was living in Scotland. He was staying at the same hostel that I used to live at, and we just kind of like drank together for a night and then became like lifelong friends. Yeah, he taught me how to drink really good scotch, so now I like really good scotch.
Oh my God, that's what you need to help me with, so I don't look like the hillbilly that I am with my namesake.
Whatever you like, it's fine.
No, I always say that. Like if I want to look, oh no, hold on. Oh no, I don't know. I really want Team Liquid to win this game, and it like means a lot to me. And I'm like, oh no.
Can you? Because I think I know what it is, but I don't know for sure. Can you tell me what League of Legends is, please?
Okay. Oh my gosh. Gather round, children. No.
Exactly.
League of Legends is a MOBA, which means like it's like okay. There's like different lanes. There's top lane, middle lane, and bot lane, and then the jungle. So there's like a top lane player that just does his lane. Middle lane just does his lane, and the bot has two people: an ADC, which is the fletchers, the bow and arrow and stuff like that, and then a support, and then the jungler like ganks those lanes.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know, I've been playing since season 2, so I'm like a big fan, and like it's so weird to me too. Like these kids, like one of the main players that's like so famous, he went to Michigan State University and dropped out, and now he's like one of the biggest League of Legends players of like all time. He's always on the analyst desk and everything like that. But I've just been following them forever since I was in college, and it's just a game like that. And it's champions. That's like what MOBA means, is like, multi-online battle arena. I think that's what.
Yeah. So it's an MMORPG.
No, it's different than MMO, because the MMO is like online, like role play, where this is like you pick a champion. Like Morgana is my favorite champion, and I play mid lane Morgana.
Mm-hmm.
But like, I don't know. But basically, like the two biggest rivals of all time, Liquid, who used to be Curse, and then TSM, which is like TSM, the biggest team ever. They're playing. But like Doublelift, I love Doublelift so much. And like, okay, I'm going to talk about this because it's supposed to be book related, but I want them to win very badly. And I'm like, please.
Book video games in video game books. It's fine. It's thematically in there somehow.
Scholastic just wrote to me, and they were like, I don't know if I should say this online, but I don't care. They were like, are you interested? Because we like love your video game content. And they were like an Apex Legends set of books. I'm like, no. I'm like,
You're like, do not want.
yeah, I saw it was Scholastic. I'm like, ooh, what's this gonna be? Is it gonna be like Mason's new book? What's this gonna be? And then I'm like, it's fucking Apex Legends. What the hell, you know?
You're like, not interested in this content, friend, but thank you.
I have to say, I'm a big football fan too, Jamie. Okay, so I'm like, do you ever want to do a video on? I feel like no one would watch it. I don't know. I don't know. I feel like it's just such a part of who I am. I'm so into it. Like whenever they come to Vegas, a lot of the professional players do live in Vegas, and so like, and they did have one season finals in Vegas and stuff. So I always go to it, but I don't know. I don't think anyone will watch it. You and Kathy would be the only people to watch it.
It's funny because in your vlogs, like you'll mention you're watching it, you'll be like, "Yeah, shout out to that one person that knows what I'm talking about." And I'm like, "Oh, I bet that one person is really happy though." Like,
this one person wrote to me saying that they liked that, and I was like, "This is the validation I needed to keep going. Thank you so much. I appreciate you."
yeah.
But League of Legends is not as good as it used to be. I will say that. But again, I'm the most nostalgic person in the whole entire world. So I'm like, oh my God, I love it so much still. So I don't know. But that's why I want to go to Korea so bad, South Korea so bad. Is because that's where like everything League of Legends is at.
There you go. Travel goals.
But I don't know. Like Blizzard has Heroes of the Storm, which is like the equivalent. Like this is the thing. Blizzard made, oh my God, I'm kind of too drunk for this, but well, I'm not really drunk, but like Strand of the not Strand of the Ancients, Defenders of the Ancients, yeah. So Blizzard made that game when they made Warcraft. So it was like all the Warcraft heroes, and then they sold that to Steam, and now Dota is like a huge MMO too. And then League of Legends pretty much piggybacked off that and copied a lot of the stuff. They ripped off a lot of the stuff of it. And then League is like the biggest MOBA esports team. And then Blizzard was like, let's make Heroes of the Storm, but it's like really shitty and no one plays it. And they like cut and they fired all the people. So I'm like, oh, you know, but I don't know.
Because I'm me, most of what I know about these types of games is from The Guild. Did you ever watch The Guild with Felicia Day, etc.?
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, that was like, that meant a lot to me because I was a big World of Warcraft reader and stuff like that too, you know. So like, and every WoW expansion, I play it. We weren't friends then because I did have my booktube channel, but I stayed up 24 hours and like hit max level. And then every time I would level or ding, I would like put it on Instagram.
Nice. Yes. Yeah. When I was dating somebody who, when that came out, like he was really big into it and our roommate was really big into it. So like I know about it, but I'd never played because I was in university at the time too. So like I did not have time for that.
For sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of people don't know that, but when I do the like, hello, I'm Meltotheany, like I do that because of Diva from Overwatch. That's what she does. And Diva's like, she's like a meme on like League and stuff because she's like the Korean gamer girl, you know. So like I like love her and like I want to be her even though she's like 16. I'm like, I don't know, she has like a big mech and stuff. And like even like the gold weapons I have on Overwatch is from it. I bought them for Diva. So like when I do that, that's like from Diva, but like no one knows that. I just told everyone though. So.
But now I know. I'm so excited to know this. I'll be like, oh, it's because of that thing she loves. My biggest thing in the world is that I don't care what people love unless it's like a destructive thing. I just love watching people talk about the thing they're passionate about. So like, even if I have no idea what you're talking about with League of Legends, I'm just like, please tell me more about it because I'm so excited about it.
I love that too. I love passionate people, and I love people that love things like unapologetically.
Mm-hmm. Yep, it's
which is why the book community is so good because like the book community is very much like that with books. So.
Same. Yay. Chat people, you're wonderful. I can keep forgetting to look over, but yes.
I know, that's me. I'm like, but the other thing I love unapologetically is you, birthday girl. Oh my gosh.
You.
But I can't wait to hang out with you, truly.
Yeah, I was just like, when can I theoretically get to Vegas? Because
but what month is BookNet Fest? Is it in September or October?
September, yeah. It's the first weekend of September, so 6th, 7th, I think it is.
That'll be right after my birthday. My birthday is August 27th.
Okay, there you go. Yeah.
but
Yes.
it'll be fun. I think I'll be able to swing it. I really truly do.
I hope
But
so.
yeah, and I think Madeline will come, so that'll be fun too. So did you meet Madeline last year or no?
I did, yeah. And I was like, I know this person. That happened a bunch of times where I was like, I've seen this person's videos and they're here. Like, and it's funny because it's not like a huge convention. It is fairly small, but like I saw so many people that I was like, I've seen you on the internet before, and now you're right here in front of me.
Oh my god, Team Liquid is about to win right now. Oh my god, this is my live reaction. They actually did it. They actually reverse sweep them. You guys are going to see my vlog where I'm bitching that they're not. They just won. Oh my god. Can you believe it?
I'm very happy for you.
And Liquid is the only Filipino in NA too. And like his whole family from the Philippines like supports him. And then his dad from the Philippines comes over. He like lives here now. And I'm like, wow, what a god. Like, so I can't believe they actually reverse swept them. But that's my brother texting me, being like, bitch. Sorry. That was like, oh man. And double it. Like
I knew going into this that you had that in the corner and it was important to you, and I like it because it's important to you. So
yes, it makes me so happy. I cannot believe it. Like that's wild. And like, oh my god. Like in double lift too, like he has like a really should I say it? Like he had like a tragedy happen last year on his channel, like trigger warnings for violence here. His brother tried to kill his parents and did kill his father or his mother. And like, yeah, oh my god, I shouldn't even be talking about this. This is supposed to be a happy birthday thing. But yeah, he had to deal with that, and he came back and he won all last year, both splits, and now he just won again. And just like having like that big of a tragedy happen, but he still like stuck with it, you know what I'm saying? And like still like gave us all the legal legends, and he just fucking won. Like,
yeah.
But yeah, okay, happy things. So this book and other
So what else did we like about this book? Did you? I loved how much Luke was always like, I don't want to say the prude about things because that's not exactly what I mean, but like so easily embarrassed by all of the things.
Yes, definitely. And how like everyone loved him and thought he was like, you know, like hot man on campus, but like he never saw himself like that. So he was always like, I don't know if I should. What's the guy's name? Dale, I think.
Oh, Wave Chaser, yeah.
Yeah, and he's like, oh, I don't know if I should like get with him or like if he would like me or like, you know. And then even at the end when he said like, oh, I just knew that he was gay as well, and I'm just like, oh, you sweet little boy, like.
Yeah, and the whole like, who do you have a crush on? I'm gonna keep pestering you. So he just says Dale to get him to shut up, and I'm just like, oh, friend.
Oh my god. When Elliot did like the dirty power move and went to the forest with Dale, I was like, boy, did you just do that? Like, what a little like Dale.
Yeah, just like you definitely wanted revenge right then, and you just took it. Okay, well then.
That's another thing that we should say too is like I really liked when Elliot and his like human boyfriend from the record store was at like his dad's house, and then his dad came in, and it was like set up where it was gonna be like, oh, this is gonna be bad, and the dad's like, I don't care who you're with, like I'm not like. I loved that. And then obviously Luke's parents were like really cool about everything. Like, oh, he's cute. I'm happy he likes him. So like, I really liked the supportive families. And I know that that's not everyone's ideal or it's everyone's ideal, but not everyone's life. But yeah, so I loved that. That was so important to me because I think that is like, not everything has to be like a big, like, oh, coming out story, torment, you know, it's just, you know.
Yeah, I absolutely adored that, like, Luke came out like in the middle of geography class because like Elliot's going on about whatever the hell Elliot's going on about, such a mood, and like it was just like I don't really have a question so much as a personal statement. I like dudes. And I was just like, who does that? Okay, I mean I'm fine with it. I'm happy for you, but also like in the middle of geography class, like really?
Yeah. It was
good. In the other world, so sure.
It was pretty perfect. I just liked the whole thing too. Like, I don't know, I should look at my notes more, but like just seeing like how Elliot took the portal world, the Borderlands, to like everything from his real life. Like that was just so beautifully done. And even like when Luke calls him out on that and is like, the reason you act like this is because you don't have any friends, you know, and that's when he goes to the forest. But you know what I'm saying? Like even that, like that was like such like a building momentum thing into the book. Like, he acts like this because he's scared of being hurt, because he's been hurt and let down. On top of him with the interaction with his mom. But I thought that was really important too, because we never get, again, I don't want to say representation, but portrayals. We never get portrayals like that, where the mom's like, yeah, no, you know, and then he's just like, okay, at least we're on the same page, you know. And like, I think that so many kids have that. So many kids have that abandonment and like that form of abuse. And like, it was really well done.
Yeah. Yeah, Jamie says, I really wanted Elliot's dad to get better. And yeah, no, he was not a dad, really. He just was a person that existed in the same space.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that made me very sad. Like, I understood why he was that way, but also, dude, I really enjoyed that Elliot just like wrote his name on his dad's house when he left.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like spray painted Elliot Schaefer across his dad's house and just like, I'm out.
Yeah. I just think like, yeah, like we get so many things where it's like good parent figures and abusive, like terrible, horrible parent figures. But like there's such a gray area in between of just like neglect, you know, and like this book really showcases that in a beautiful way.
Yeah, it really does. Especially because, like, he realizes, because he's liked this medic that we just, like, see a couple of times being also snarky, and we're like, he's like, yeah, I see you, you're also snarky, I like you. And then when he realizes who she is, just that whole interaction, like, and him, like, taking the time to be like, okay, so this is the amount of commitment I'm getting from this person. I could, like, try to chase them down and have more commitment than that, like one would actually usually have with a parent, but I've never had that, so it's fine, and walked away from it and was obviously very emotional about it, because why wouldn't you be? But what I loved most out of that was him talking to the commander, and the commander being like, I think that you're more valuable to me than this medic. Like, I could just send her to one of the other camps. It's fine. I'm just like, oh.
My heart. And I didn't pick up on that. Like, we were talking earlier about the twist. I did not pick up that that was going to be his mom whatsoever until the altercation happened. Yeah, exactly. I had no idea until I actually had no idea even when he was like, oh, I think I know who you are. I was like, who is she? Like, I wasn't paying any attention at all. It's like, oh, another snarky person. And I didn't even pick up that she also had red hair type of thing. Like, you're like, Rrr. Yeah. But yeah, this is definitely such a book about found family and, like, you know, picking the people you want in your life, whether that's like romantic or friendship or parental. And yeah, it was beautifully done. Beautifully done. Yeah, and understanding when relationships are unbalanced. Like, he realized pretty quickly with his whole thing with Jace how unbalanced that was, and why Jace went for a younger man and all of those things. Yeah, I know. Right when it happened, I was like, as a reviewer standpoint, I was like, fuck, I'm gonna have to bring this up in my review, you know, because like people, like, I'm like, it's like when it happens, but you like the book so much, and you're like, I get what they're trying to do, but I have to bring it up. But like him realizing it, I was like, oh yes, this is like, I'm so happy, you know. Hello. It's in the chat. Hello. Okay, I'm also reading things because I keep forgetting to do it. Oh yeah. Well, parents.
God, that's creepy.
Oh yeah, and the mom. I mean, at least cutting clear boundaries with the mom and just being like, nope, obviously I don't want anything to do with you, which is, again, like, because he had this whole picture in his mind of like, if I ever meet my mom, maybe she actually will. And like, it was pretty cut and dry that she wouldn't. And he realized that pretty quickly and was like, okay, so nope, that's fine. Yeah. Yeah. Like, sad, but also it's good to know what's going on, I guess, if that makes any sense. And again, like, us getting to see like his inner monologue of like that hope and like hoping that the encounter would have gone differently, but like realizing like it's not. So what are you going to do about it? And he's like, all right then, you know. And even when the commander was like, hey, I'll send her away, and he's like, you don't have to do that, you know. It's whatever. Yeah. Like, he has a lot of moments that I just absolutely love. One of them is, I actually remember the page number because I was talking about it. So after the play, where things don't work out the way that he wants with that person, I just assume everybody's read it who's in the chat, but in case you haven't, when things don't work out with the person that he thinks he's courting, and he's just basically like, the only possible response to someone telling you they want to be friends or that you were a great friend was gratitude. And I'm like, yes, because it goes on to talk about how like you can be upset that things didn't go your way, but ultimately nobody owes you anything, and friendship is something you should be should bring you gratitude. Like, and that's that whole thing of like people being friend zoned and how that is terrible. And I'm so glad to see this as opposed to like, oh, I was friend zoned, because like that shit. Like friendship is fucking important. That's what most of this book is about. So like,
yeah, definitely.
Friendship makes me so
exactly. Yeah, like it does. Like these like platonic friendships are just as important as like Luke and Elliot's romantic, build up. Like the platonic friendship of it is like the heart of the book for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, there were a lot of lines in there that where I was just like, oh my goodness, this is so good. I will revisit this book so often in my life because I love it so much.
I was also surprised that it would cut back to the human world. Again, like I said, I had such a different perspective going into this book. I had like right when like the first break happens and it's like, oh, he's a year older now, he's going back. I was like, oh my gosh, like I did not think that was going to be a thing either, and I loved it too.
Yeah.
Because that's me with the We Were Children series. Oh my God, Eleanor West, like how she could go back to her world even though she hasn't had her own book yet. I'm like, that's badass. That's what I would want, So like I felt like it was like wish fulfillment on my part to get this too.
Yeah. Yeah, I just got the 4th book out of the library, so it's on my stack, and I'm like, I got to read that because Prideathon starts, I think, tomorrow. So
oh my gosh, I should build my TBR for it, like real quick,
Yeah, I my TBR isn't the longest. Like, I try to do a book for every challenge, but sometimes you're just like, I'm tired.
That's me. That's me with Fantasy-a-thon right now.
So yeah.
Yeah.
Whereas I know that because I do twice yearly, I do Queer Lit Readathon every June and every December. I host that, and that always has a shit ton of challenges, and I will go hard on that. But also, I wanted to support this other queer-based readathon. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it, but I'm also like, oh, that stack. Okay, I can do it. It's fine.
What are you currently reading right now?
What I'm currently reading, I'm reading like a self-help book, and I'm listening to Daisy Jones and the Six.
What do you think of it?
Oh my goodness, I am so glad I'm listening to it. Like, I didn't know much going in because I hate going into books knowing what's going to happen. Like, I don't understand the point of doing that. So like, I just knew it was Taylor Jenkins Reid, and I wanted to read it. And I knew it had something to do with music. Like, that was basically what I knew. And I kept seeing people being like, if you can, listen to it. If you can, listen to it. And I was like, I'm sure. Like, I'm putting holds on the physical book, the audiobook, and the ebook at my library, and whichever one gets here first, I'll do. But people kept saying, listen, listen, listen. So even though I got the ebook first, I was like, no, I'm going to get the audiobook like in a couple of days. I'll just listen to it. And I'm so glad I did, because I feel like it was definitely written in a way where you're supposed to listen to it. I could read it, but that's how I feel about Sadie by Courtney Summers. I read that physically the first time, but listening to it is such more of an experience. So I have a couple hours left. Yeah, I really like the characters. I really like the format of it because I'm listening to it. I feel like I could understand the people that are like reading the interview format and being like, meh. Although I can see, like, because I picture it in my mind how it's probably written. And I can see like some of the one-liners being really, really funny, even if you're just reading it. So I don't know.
I got a e-arc of it, and I read it with Julie from Pages and Pens, but we both DNF'd it. And like she DNF'd it before me. And like when your buddy, like this, like when your buddy reading with someone, there's no better feeling when your buddy reading something and you both love it,
Yeah.
And like I was still working, and like I knew she wasn't liking it, so I think I kind of went into it also defensively. So when she DNF'd it, I was kind of like, yeah, like, because I don't really do well with like historical things set in the 70s and the 60s and stuff. Like, that's just like not a time period that I love. And so I just DNF'd it too. And I was like, okay, it's whatever. But like now everyone's listening to the audiobook and everyone's obsessed. Even Julie, she reread it in the audiobook form. So I'm like, oh, I feel like I should. But at the same time, I'm like, no, I'm not doing it. But I did read Sadie in the audiobook form. That was that was my 10th favorite book of last year, So like I feel like I should, and it's going to be a Netflix thing too, Amazon thing
Okay,
too,
cool.
right? So
That's-
I'm like, I should just do it, but I'm like, no, you know?
Yeah, I could see probably being less interested in reading it in that type of format because it definitely, like, even just listening to it, it feels like watching one of those documentaries, like one of those behind the scenes, like your brain, like, um, okay, so I just texted my roommate and asked him to get me a cider. We live in a bachelor suite, but I didn't want to get up from this conversation. Now he's giving me this, like, what the hell face. He's doing it because he's the best human, but also I had to comment on that because it was funny. But no, even just like listening to it, I can see these interviews. Thank you.
The MVP.
Yes, you are the MVP of this live stream. Thank you. And even people in the chat are like, "Aw, nice roomie." So yeah, he's good people. I like him a lot. But yeah, I could see trying to read it and it being difficult because, like, even though you do get a lot from the way people are saying things, and there is a lot of like story building in that, listening to it is definitely the experience. And I think she probably wrote it to be listened to, if that makes any sense.
I have read. I haven't read everything. I think I talked to you about this. I'm having deja vu. I'm pretty sure I talked to you about this before. I've read everything except for the one where it's like she picks the alternate timeline. Like I could be with this guy or this guy. I've read everything else by Taylor Jenkins Reid, but I'm meeting her at the beginning of June.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, I kind of want to reread it and finish that so I can be like, oh, I've read all your work, you know. But at the same time, I'm like, oh God, I don't know.
No, definitely listen to it, especially like I listen to everything from the library. Like I don't have Audible, I don't have Scribed, I don't have any of those things. I listen to everything from the library because I'm a broke ass bitch, and also it's a resource that everyone should just. But yeah, I feel like, especially because it's based on music, like the whole story is about music, I feel like she definitely wrote it to be listened to, which
Yeah.
So yeah.
You have to tell me like your final thoughts of it though. But
Yeah,
even like Chloe has read it like 5 times now. I'm like, damn, it's that good? Like, damn, you know.
5 times in a month, like, come on, friend.
Yeah.
Although I can see that happening with some people. Like I got a copy of Red, White, and Royal Blue from McKinley because she was approved for a second copy from, like, she had it from NetGalley and she was approved on Edelweiss or vice versa. And that's how I got a copy because she knows my Kindle email. So she's like, check your Kindle. And I'm like, what? So that's how I got to read it. And when I was like, I'm going to start reading this, she's like, I kind of want to reread it already. And I'm like, I understand. Having read it, I've told so many people about this premise, and I'm so happy it's been optioned. I want to see whatever they make out of it. Yes.
It is so funny you bring that up because one, that's the only book I've reread all year. I've read it twice. And second, I'm going to see Taylor Jenkins Reid because I'm going to Casey McQuiston's event.
Yes.
She's
Oh my goodness. That makes me so happy.
Yeah, no, definitely. It's gonna be so good. I like cannot wait for it. Like they're both such icons too. I'm like, oh my God, I'm gonna be like so nervous. Like seriously. It's gonna be fun too because it's gonna be Emily from Possibly Lit, Joss from Squibbles Reads, Madeline from Novel Inc., Jane from Miss Jane Lindsay, Chelsea from Chelsea Darling Reads, and me. And then afterwards, we're all going to Pride. So it's gonna be fun.
Nice. So good.
It's gonna be the gayest weekend ever. I wish you would come.
When is it? Maybe I can figure this out.
It's like June 8th or something like that. It's like the first weekend in June, maybe the second weekend in June. It's at the Ripped Bodice in LA.
Which I would love to go to on principle because I've heard of this bookstore and I understand. I will be hosting Queer Lit Readathon that week, so even then I'm just like, maybe I can't. And then also it's soon enough that I'm like, no, because I'm that trip to New Brunswick is at the end of June, so no, I definitely can't. Maybe next time. I wish that more things happened here, and because like author things do happen, but they happen at like a couple of the bookstores, and like I never hear about them until they've happened, and then half the time they're people I don't know who they are anyway. So it's like, like big names, even though
I have a friend who's a librarian in Alberta County, province, I don't know. And she goes to a library thing, and I always want to go, and it's in Canada, and I always want to go to it because Sebastian de Cristal, he's Canadian, and his wife's a librarian. So they always go to it. And he's like one of my favorite authors of all time. So I'm always like, oh, I wish like I would go to Canada for that, you know?
Probably in Calgary, if you're saying brewery, although Edmonton might be do brewing too. It's probably in Calgary. I also need to go to Calgary again. I went a couple of years ago just like for a day to see my friend's armory because that's where it's based. But I would love to go again because there's this thing called Fan Expo. I think that it's also in the States, but it's definitely across Canada, and it's like a fan convention type of thing. And that's the circuit that they tend to do is the Fan Expo circuit. And it would just be fun to see the Calgary version as opposed to the Vancouver or the Victoria version, because it's like the second biggest in the country, only to Toronto, which is like way more people than I ever want to see in my lifetime. So it'd be fun just to go to see how it's different, but like have the comfort of being behind a table. So I'm not like in the crowd.
Yeah, definitely. yeah. Me at buffets, I'm like tapping on my phone, the anxiety, it's real. You'll have to let me know if the Comic-Con you go to, or did you say it was a Comic-Con that was
one that we had in Victoria recently was a Comic-Con. I don't think it's with the same people as like Emerald City and whatever San Diego Comic-Con. I don't think it. I don't know if it's run by the same people, but we now have a comic book convention / like I love how they say comic book convention, but really it's just like a nerd convention. But like people know what Comic-Con is, so I think that's why they named it that.
That's what I was gonna ask you. Like, you should let me know if there's like good arcs there and stuff, because I know like here in the States, like a lot of the arcs like that, like Winter of the Witch by Catherine Arden, like those, like the only people that got those were from Comic-Con. Like I got mine because my friend went to Comic-Con, so I was like, you should see if there's good books there or not, you know?
I follow some people on Instagram that I like as authors, and like they're at Lexicon right now, and like they have finished copies of their books that aren't out until June, and I'm like, why am I not there? Okay, fair. I'm just like, I just want. Oh yeah, I feel you on Toronto. Yeah, Toronto is a big place, and I am not down with it. Like, my city is 500,000. No, actually, I have no idea what the population of this city is. My favorite city, however, Edinburgh, is 500,000 people, and that is enough people in a city for me. So, the funny thing about Edinburgh, I could go, like, if you get enough of these in me, I will go on about Edinburgh forever. But the funny thing about Edinburgh is it is the place where the Fringe Festival started, like, almost 90 years ago now. So like the festivals you'll get of like strange indie theater, that's what the Fringe Festival is. And it's every August in Edinburgh. And this population of the city goes from 500,000 to 1.5 million. And that's taking into account all the locals that leave and rent out their flats for like 4 times the usual price, and people still like people just leave and other people come in, and like the population of the city triples for that month. It's so strange. Oh my goodness, trying to tour guide in that is a challenge.
My lord, I can't even imagine, because like Vegas is such like a tourist spot anyways, you know. It's like, which is so weird because people just don't want to venture. Like, there's like the Strip, which is like New Vegas, and then there's like Fremont Street, which is Old Vegas. But it's like, if people just like literally walked like 5 minutes either way, they would be so much better off, and there's so much better stuff. But they just like congregate into that little, like, you know.
This is what I know. This is what the maps tell me to go to. So I've been to Vegas twice. The first time I ever went was on a class trip.
Oh my God, Canadian schools, badass.
So, when I moved back from Europe, I didn't have a fancy piece of paper on my resume that said that I'm smart, even though I like managed a segment of an international company in Europe. You would think that would get me jobs here, but it didn't. So I went back to school for tourism and hospitality because I had just been doing tourism. So like, obviously I love it. And this course, unfortunately, was more hospitality than tourism, but whatever. I got a fancy piece of paper out of it. But in the first year, we need to do like a local trip. So we went to Vancouver, which is not interesting at all because it's right there. But the second year, you have to do an international trip. And because Vegas is so easy to get to from our island, like I said, you can just take a direct flight from Victoria to Vegas. That's what we did. So we did that. And within 2 hours of being there, I think I can't remember where we were staying. Maybe it was Monte Cristo. I can't remember. But within 2 hours, like we checked in, we got our rooms, we had the night free, and we just had to like meet up in the morning to do like a boring hotel tour or something like that. I took the $14 in American cash I had from the last time I was in America, went down to the penny slots, and walked away with $950.50.
Oh my word! You need to come to Vegas stat. Oh my word!
Like I just need to play the penny slots until I get rich again. And the thing is, I didn't even know how much money I had won because I assumed there was like a decimal point in there, and there wasn't. So like I was like, oh, I'm gonna cash out this $95. It's gonna be great. And I was like, $950. Okay.
That's a lot. That's so cool. Like I know when I would go to Windsor, they would have the machines, like the currency exchange machines.
Yeah.
But I never see those in Vegas. So I'm like, they're just like, tough bitch, you know, like you don't know.
Go to the ATM and take out money, or like you go to. Usually I'll go to my bank here and get out money before I go to the States, but like you don't even need to anymore. I just take my credit card. It's fine.
Yeah. The Canadian price is always like, it's always hard for me to like think about it, you know, like with the books, like in the book flap, you're always like, damn, is it that much? And they're like, oh, it must cost the same. And then you're like, no, it doesn't, you know?
Oh, it really does. Oh my God. This is one of the reasons I don't buy books. I could definitely not buy all the books I read in a year. Nope. That's like half of the money I make, and rent is really expensive here, so I would have no money for eating. So, yeah, libraries, they're good for you.
Oh yeah, Amy feels me. I'm telling you, because she's from and lives in Ohio, and I'm like, yeah, that shit was true. You took the Detroit Tunnel, and you had some fun, okay?
Oh, yeah. Someone asked me how much one night. Oh God. I mean,
oh my word.
Thanks, but not interested is basically how I would respond to that.
Like this is the thing. Like I always go walk the strip still. Like when people come and stuff like that, and we go to Bellagio and like see the fountains and stuff like that.
It's really pretty. Like I love the Bellagio fountain show. It's great.
Yeah, and like even like the Lush I go to, like that's inside like the Mandalay Bay and like the Luxor and stuff.
Oh, nice.
Like, we can walk like, and now they've got the Atria tram and stuff. Like it's nice here. But man, you go to Fremont Street and it's a whole different experience. People be asking you if you're a prostitute. You be just seeing just naked people. Like it's just a crazy experience. Like they're like the light show. I'm like, it ain't worth it. It ain't worth it.
I went to my second trip when I went to Vegas was for my mom's 50th, which was like 6.5 years ago now. It was fun, but we definitely went to Fremont Street just to see what it was because I hadn't seen it on my first trip, and like definitely some random girl on the street just grabbed my boob, and I was like, I don't understand what's happening right now. I don't get it.
A lot of my friends are very obsessed with this like wannabe 80s hair band that like plays Fremont Street all the time, and it's so gross too because they're like literally middle-aged white dudes, and you can tell they get like young hot girls that are just like way too drunk, and I always want to just like take the girls and be like, no, don't do this. But
or life choices, come over here, be friends with me.
Yes, exactly. But like so many, like I always go to it like after concerts and stuff. We always end up at Fremont Street because like all my friends are like, let's get a fucking 40 and walk Fremont Street, and I'm like,
you're like, well, I guess. Sure.
I'm like, I'm a hillbilly. Let's do it. Okay.
Yeah. From the first trip, I remember getting up in the morning. So like the night I won all the money.
Where'd you stay at? I'm curious.
I think it was Monte Cristo. I want to say it was Monte Cristo.
Okay.
Because that's what my program decided we were staying at, which I don't care. Like, there are a bunch of cool places, I guess. So that night when I cashed out my much more than $95, which is what I thought I had won, it was like a midweek type of day. So they also had like $20 to get into the bar, and it's free drinks after that type of thing. So I had a lot of Long Island iced teas.
Which are like the worst for it.
You guys free pour, and oh my goodness. Like I can hold my liquor less now because in 2017 I didn't drink at all. So my tolerance has gone back to like nothing. I just decided to see if I could just not drink for a year, and I can. And now I'm back to drinking because I like it. So like that night, I didn't get back to my room until probably like 4. My roommate's like, oh, good, you're alive. I'm like, yep. So like in the morning, going to like meet all of the people from my college course. We could do college things. And I'm like, guys, guess how much money I won? I'm like, I set a record is the thing. Like, because my class tends to, not my class, but that class tends to always do Vegas because it's the cheapest option. And we're college students and we're poor, and the college doesn't seem to understand this, even though they just keep taking our money. So like, apparently I had made the new bar to hit when you go to Vegas. And the weirdest thing about that college course too is like half of the people are people like retraining because they've been in courses and like no longer have jobs because they've been downsized or whatever. And then half are like high school students. So the thing I loved the most about the trip was I was 23, 24, maybe I was 25 at the time. I don't know. But I was old enough to like be the responsible adult for the people that were like 19 and 20, which is like, you're sort of an adult, but you're not allowed to do anything fun without a chaperone.
Yeah.
So the night after, I'm extremely hungover from winning all this money and going to the bar and having all the Long Island iced teas, is the night that a couple of girls are like, Kathy, we need you to do something very special for us. And I was like, yes, friends. And they're like, can you please take us to Thunder from Down Under? And I was like, yes, friends, let's do it. So I took them to Thunder from Down Under because why wouldn't you? I actually sang with the MC during the end of the show because Journey is my jam. So yeah, it was good times. And then when I took my mom there a few years later for her birthday, the same damn thing happened. My mom's a nurse, so like she sees people all the time, but she was like, it's nice to see naked people that aren't sick. I was like, I understand.
Well, if you come back this time, we got Magic Mike now, okay?
So. Okay, yep, date.
I went not last July, but the July before that. And it was so funny because like because like Channing Tatum like owns it, so he like will come there. It's in Hard Rock. It's in Hard Rock.
Okay, yeah.
But he'll come there and like do like, it's like the MC of the show will act like he's Channing Tatum. So like basically it's like me and my friends, and we have these big fishbowl drinks, and we're like already fucked up from like pre-gaming, and we're like right in the front. It's like in a square stage, and then like it's like, you know, dark, and then all of a sudden we hear Channing Tatum's voice. And so all of our like dumb drunk asses are like, oh my God, we gotta show where Channing Tatum's here. And it's like, no, he just comes on the fucking like MC, you know, and then it's just like a random guy. But yeah, I might have a picture of it. I don't know. But yeah, we saw the dudes. It was fun. It was I've never done anything like that before, but it was fun. My friend had just gotten over a breakup, and so we were like, let's go to fucking Magic Mike. And we did.
Nice. Yeah, it's good times. I like this.
The friend that has the boyfriend that's me all the time. You know.
Excellent. Yeah, it's funny. So next weekend, because it's that holiday, Easter, I had to think about it. I was like, what holiday? When you get to a certain age, you're like, I don't care. Holidays are happening. But like, because I naturally don't work on Thursdays and Fridays, that's usually my weekend. And because Monday is off, and because I don't work Sundays, I was like, well, if I just take Saturday off, I have a 5-day weekend. And when I thought of this like a month ago, I was like, well, I'm taking that off immediately. And then I was like, can I travel somewhere? I'm like, I mean, probably the only way I could travel somewhere is if I went to Vegas, but I don't want to be like, Mel, I'm coming to your house.
Oh my God, you should have. And we could have got Emily from Possibly Lit.
Oh
we all could have got fucked up.
Now there are regrets.
But
But
next time, I would like everyone to come. I think it's not going to be like this, but it would be cool if we could do it for New Year's.
Ooh.
Because like I said, the girl that my friend that works at the Cosmopolitan, they always have like a really legit singer. Like the one New Year's I went, it was The Weeknd and stuff. So it's like we could like, you know, that'd be so much fun. But I'm like, I know it's hard to be like, oh, come right after Christmas, you know, but
like it's a very expensive time of year to travel and all of that type of thing.
Yeah, definitely.
It just worked out like that someday, but
I know. They always have people there, but I don't know. But I think that even like Vegas has been built up so much, just from like the Atria building getting built. Because like I'm gonna tell you what, so many like celebrities and rich people live there. Like I go in there and it just smells like heaven, and I'm like, oh, this is what rich people smell like. And I'm like, damn, it smells good in here. And like all the Lamborghinis you can see like parked down below. And I'm just like, damn, but it's so nice. If I was rich, I would totally live there.
Oh yeah,
really nice. And it's like in the center of like all the good parts of Vegas, like Caesars and Bellagio and stuff like that, you know? So, but if you guys come, like right at like the T of the strip, like this is where like the Mandalay Bay is and like the empty lot and like stuff. Like if you just go down farther, we have a thing now that got built a couple years ago called Town Square.
Okay.
And that's like all the good shopping's there, all the good restaurants are there. There's like good nightclubs there. And like I said, you don't have to worry about the tourists and stuff, you know, it's like, it's really nice.
Cool. Yeah, no, because I was like, I should just be like, Mel, I'm showing up at your house, but also like wanted to be my polite Canadian self and not do that. So like,
you totally should have. We would have made it work.
You with your consent, as opposed to being like, I'm showing up in Vegas these days, please host me. So
I would have been delighted, but still. And even like rooms, like if we ever want to just be like, we're just gonna like party at Cosmopolitan and then get a room here, like rooms in Vegas are cheap as hell, like truly. Yeah,
that's from my understanding, because they want people to come and gamble. So like rooms,
exactly.
gamble. Like, I understand this economy, it's good. So yeah, no, we will plan an actual excursion now that I've been like, so can I come?
It'll be fun. And I'm gonna tell you what, Chelsea and everyone coming too, that's gonna make it so much fun. I hope she goes to BookNet Fest. I hope they all come.
I would really love that to happen, because like I've been following them for a while. We chat all the time in comments or whatever, and I'm just like, I just want to see more of the humans that I love. That would be cool.
I wish Chelsea lived, because LA is like 4 hours for me, and I go to LA a lot because I do a lot of stuff at UCLA, and like I always like vacation in Huntington Beach and stuff. So I'm like, I wish, because like no one lives in like Maddie the book pusher, I figured out, lives in Vegas.
There you go.
I'm like, I have a Vegas friend, but I'm like, still, it was, yeah. What else happens in Vegas? There's one book event in Vegas, and it's like October, and it's called like Books and Love, and it's pretty much like all the indie pub like romance people, and I think it's at the Hard Rock too. We could hit that up and then go to Magic Mike. But it's like, and all their romance cover artists, you know, with like the abs and stuff, you know. But that's the only thing that happens. You would think more would happen here.
I really enjoyed all of your ab covers the other day.
Oh, God. Yeah. I did the tongue stick out, too. I left that in the video. I was like, why did I do that, Melanie? Why are you like this?
Why are you like this? I actually find that, like, the weird things I do while filming, when, like, I'm not actually just, like, talking about books and, like, weird things happen, people like those moments the most. Like, yeah. There was a murder of crows outside my window, and I just yelled at the crows for a while, and I left it in my video, and people liked it, like, probably more than me talking about whatever I was talking about. So it's fine.
I feel you. That's me. I always feel like even right now, like daily vlogging for Fantasy-a-thon, I'm like, I'm not talking about books. I'm not talking about books. And I'm like, you know, I don't know if people mind it or not.
Yeah.
YouTube has been a weird adventure this year. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I know. It's especially weird because, like, because I live in a bachelor suite with another human, like, I don't want to, like, make daily clips of things. So I'll be like, Taylor, I'm about to, like, just make a clip, just so you know that when I'm talking, I'm not talking to you. Because, like, we both usually just have our headphones on and, like, do our own thing or, like, watch the same thing. That's how we live. But, like, half the time when I do things where I'm like, I'm going to weekly vlog this thing, it's like clips of me walking to work, and that's where I do my walking. And I do basically a walk and talk, like I'm Aaron Sorkin or something.
I love it, though. I always love it. Exactly. Even when you're like, I'm in my bathroom, I'm vlogging. I'm like, yes.
Because, like, I have a bathroom, I have the regular room, and I have the kitchen, and it's all basically one big room. So it's a situation. But, like, I am putting together a weekly vlog for this week and reading this book. Although I was very weird about, like, I was like, I don't know if I can do spoilers. I don't know. Some of these things are probably spoilers. Who knows?
With Kathy Claire.
It's fine. It'll be okay. But, like, so much of it is just, like, me walking down the street with my camera. And, like, 3 years ago, I couldn't have done that. I couldn't have walked down the street with a camera. And even a couple of times this week, I've been, like, about to record a clip, and then somebody walks by, and I'm like, more? I'm watching the footage of just, like, the camera going down and me making the weird face, and then, like, they're gone. Okay, I can do this now.
That's neat. So that is so neat. It is weird. The first time I ever, like, vlog was that Red Squirrels of Magic thing. But like, I don't know. It does feel weird. I don't know. YouTube is just weird, and BookTube is so. I watched BookTube for so long before I did BookTube. And like, it's just such a different beast when you're doing it.
Oh, yes. Victoria is a very expensive city. Yeah, we live in a bachelor suite. We pay $870 for it. That does not include things like laundry. Like, we don't have laundry in our suite. There's a laundry machine downstairs that we have to share with 3 other suites. And it doesn't always work. So that's a thing. It doesn't include hydro. It doesn't include internet. It doesn't include anything. So yeah, it's an expensive city. Apparently, if I moved to the East Coast, I could buy a house for 23 grand. So I'm like, why do I live here? Oh, because there's no snow. That's why. That's the only reason. And like, my parents are on the island, so like, I could visit them in 3 hours type of thing.
Oh, that's cool. So your parents moved all the way from like there to this little island. That's really cool.
My dad was in the military for 21 years. He retired.
My dad was in the military. Retired from the military. That's wild.
Yeah. So like, I was born in Saskatchewan, which is in the middle. But at the time when I was born, my dad had actually been posted to Manitoba, which is a province over, and they just kind of went back to the same doctor to have me be born, because that seems like a good idea. I don't know anything about babies, so I assume that's a good idea. And so we lived in Manitoba till I was 6, and then we moved to Nova Scotia, which is on the East Coast, till I was 12. And then they moved to the island, Vancouver Island, which is where they still live. They're up in Comox. And yeah, I've lived here on and off since then. Like, Comox is probably about 3 hours travel up the island. And I went to high school there and everything like that. And then I've lived in Victoria on and off since about 2005. Yes, because I went to university here for a couple of years, like we discussed. And then I fucked off to Europe for a couple of years, because that's what you do when you're me. And yeah, it's been back and forth as to like where I live on this island, but yeah.
That is wild. That's really wild. Yeah, because like, okay, I know I just said like people think I have a Californian accent, but like, yeah, my dad was originally stationed. Okay, my parent. Oh my god, this is a fucking story. Like, I'm like, I keep myself like private on booktube. I'm like, let me tell you my life. So basically, my parents lived a street apart from each other growing up. Like, my grandparents still live a street apart from each other. And then my mom was best friends with my dad's little sister. So that's how they knew each other.
Yeah.
And then they like dated through high school and stuff. And then he joined the Marines and he got stationed in California. And then my mom went to college, but they still like saw each other. And then they got married after that. And then we moved out. Well, they moved to California and then they had little me. And then my mom was like, hey, yo, I don't want to live in California. So then he got stationed in Okinawa, Japan. Mm-hmm. And then my mom moved back to Michigan. And then he would like come back and forth between tours and stuff. And then he retired after his 8-year. And then he stayed in Michigan. And then, you know, my little brother was born somewhere in between that too. But it's just so wild to me. Like, I feel like there's no, like, I'm not saying like, oh, we're military brats or anything like that. But, like, I feel like most people's parents aren't in the military. So I'm like,
Yeah, the weird thing about that is when I was in high school up island from here, my dad was posted again, and he was just like, I'm not going to make you guys move again. Like, when they moved to Comox, like, they built their house. Like, we were not moving from that house. So he was posted at that point back to Winnipeg, which is Manitoba, kind of middle of the country, for a year. And then after that, he was posted back to Nova Scotia. So there was a period of time when I was finishing high school where I thought that I was going, like, I applied to a bunch of schools in Nova Scotia to go to theater programs there. And I got into one. But the thing is, my parents didn't do post-secondary the way that we do post-secondary. Like, my dad dropped out of high school when he was 16 to get us like a job so he could support him and his mom and his siblings type of thing, even though he was the baby. So I don't really understand the system, but it happened. And then my mom, when she was 16, she got pregnant, and I have an older half-sister because of this that, like, I found out about when I was 11 type of thing. I was watching like Maury Povich because I was an 11-year-old that did that. And it was one of those like parents find their long lost children things. And my mom walks in the room and is like, by the way, you have a sister. I'm going to go
meet
imagine? Mary. And I was like, what? So that happened. She's lovely. She lives in Saskatchewan.
That's cool though, that you have like a relationship. That's cool.
That's cool. Like, I haven't seen her since her wedding, which was let's see, her oldest child turned 11 yesterday, so I want to say it was probably like 14 years ago. But like, she lives.
No.
She looks
Yeah.
like me. She looks like my mom. It's very strange.
And then you have a little brother, right?
And then I have a little brother. Yeah, he just turned 30 last month, and he's the responsible adult that has a wife and 3 children. So
That's weird. You have a little brother there too. I hope I don't have a mystery sister out there, but you never know. Actually, I do know. My family, they've been together forever, my mom and dad, so I don't know. But that's really cool. That's really, I don't know. But is it like a culture shock, like the different coasts of Canada? Because I feel like it's a big culture shock in the US.
It's definitely like especially because I left the East Coast when I was relatively young. Like 12 isn't super young, but I also don't really remember anything before like age 10.
Yeah.
So there's that. But like it seemed much more like small town.
Yeah.
Type of thing, whereas over here it seems much bigger. Obviously things are way more expensive over here, and I even as a 12-year-old I knew that was going to be a thing when we came over here. So I don't even know. Like, yeah, it's definitely very different, but it's not like going to a different country different, if that makes any sense.
For sure, yeah.
Definitely different accents.
Do people call you out on it? Are they like, oh, are you like Western or anything like that? Or no?
Every once in a while, people are like, especially because my roommate, because we met in the theater program that I was at in Victoria, and then like I moved away and I came back and we met again. But he went all the way through the acting program, so he like understands speech patterns more clearly than I do because I didn't take any of that type of stuff in school. So every once in a while, he'll just be like, oh, the way you talk is very fascinating because of this thing you do with your double O vowels. And I'm like, I'm glad you think I'm fascinating, friend.
I've only had one person, ironically enough, it was for a ride at the Wizarding World of Harry Potter. And I like said something it wasn't even like Michigan. It was like an A or I don't even know. It was like Apple or something. I don't know. Something with an A. And like one of the people for like the ticket holder people or whatever, the people just like watching the line, they were like, are you from Michigan? And I was like, hello. And they were like, oh yeah, everyone from Michigan has those Canadian long A's. I was like, what? And that's the only time anyone's ever pegged that I was from Michigan. Some random Harry Potter person.
You're from America but you also have that kind of a boot thing about you.
Yes. I've had the soup bowl from Tim Hortons, the bread bowl. They're like, I can just feel it on her.
Oh yeah, it's good times.
But I don't know. I miss the West Coast a lot. Like I say that, or the East
I was
Coast
like,
a lot.
sweetie, you're on the West.
I miss California a lot. But yeah, so I don't know. It is different though. I feel like it's very, very different in the States. Like it's like a faster way of life on the West Coast.
Maybe, yeah. And I feel like there's probably more accents that I just don't really understand because like whatever accent you have, you don't think is an accent. So like there's probably more regional accents in Canada that I just don't know are a thing. But then I think of the States and I'm like, oh, well, you've got your Boston and then you've got your Southern, which I'm not even going to try. And then like,
which I hope I don't have. I'm going to have nightmares over that one now.
It's only every once in a while and it's always super endearing. So please don't have nightmares about it because it's cute.
I'll try. Also, like, I don't know if this is a Michigan thing or not, but like we always say pop, like, oh, I'm going to drink a pop. Can I get a pop? And like people think that that's a really like weird thing. Like everyone says, I don't know, soda, I guess. I don't know what they say.
I definitely grew up saying pop, but I understand soda is the same damn thing. I don't know.
Like honestly, I would say Coke out of like everything. It's like, oh yeah, I'll have a Coke, you know. But like people, like if I do say pop, like, oh, I got a headache, I'm just gonna get a pop real quick, and then people will be like, what, bitch? What do you want?
Are you on drugs? What is this happening? Yeah.
Oh my gosh, yeah. Madeline's my good little Southern girl, that's for sure.
Every time she just talks about anything in Georgia, I'm just like, I'm there. I want it.
No, she's like the like epitome, like Georgia peach. Like put her on the pedestal. Like hello.
Yeah. Much love for Madeline.
But I don't know. I still think it's like intriguing that you live on an island. Have you read Summer Assault or The Wicked Deep before?
I haven't yet. It's on my super ridiculous TBR of all time.
Whenever I read books like that, I'm like, I need to move to an island. That's how I feel.
I mean, this is a pretty decent like, this is one of the bigger islands. There are, like, several very small islands around my island, and I've only been to, like, 2 of them, so, what makes me laugh the most about this island is we have a province that is also an island that is smaller than my island, because Canada makes no goddamn sense. Like, Prince Edward Island, which is where Anne of Green Gables is based, and also L.C. Montgomery had a house there, and that's basically like the tourist destination on that island. Like, that exists, and they built a bridge to it in 1997, and that's when my family finally went, because there was a bridge and we didn't have to take a ferry, which is funny because now we live on an island and we have to take a ferry. So yeah.
We have an island in Michigan called Mackinac Island. It does not look like that if you were to Google it, though, but it is called Mackinac Island. And they don't even have cars and stuff on the island. But, like, they've got a school and they've got, like, grocery stores, and, like, that's how those people live. And, like, even in the wintertime when the lakes freeze, they take snowmobiles across and stuff. And, like, my family loves going to that, but I'm always like, this is a different type of life, okay? Like, I know, I'm like, oh, I'm from Michigan, you know, I'm a good northern girl. And then I see that and I'm like, nah, these people, like, I'm not even on the same plane of existence as these people. Like, taking their bikes and their horses places. I'm like, damn.
I definitely used to be much more winter resilient, but with 20 years on the West Coast where we don't really get snow in the winter, and if we do, we're like an inch of snow and everything shuts down because we're like, we can't cope. So, like, yeah, it's a strange time, because I remember so my parents grew up in the prairies, which is the middle of the country, and then we moved to the East Coast when I was 6. So the very first time there was like a big snow day, like there was a lot of snowfall or whatever, I was standing at the bus stop waiting to go to like grade 1 school, and like because I'm a kid, I don't have a concept of time, but I must have been there for like an hour and nobody else was at the bus stop, and like the bus hadn't come, and like eventually a teacher drove by and was like, go home, it's a snow day. And I was like, what's a snow day? So I go home and my mom is like, why aren't you at school? And I'm like, it's a snow day. And they're like, what is a snow day? Because that does not exist in the prairies. Like, you go to school no matter what's happening. Whereas this was the first time they'd come up to the concept of like, the school will be closed because there is too much snow. And like, my parents have like dug me out a big path down the driveway to get out of the house type of thing. And they're like, what? I don't understand.
No, I totally get that. That's even like here, like Mount Charleston here in Vegas. Like, everyone's like, let's go to the snow. There's snow. And I'm like,
yeah.
I can wear like a hoodie in this. Like, this, y'all don't even know the level of like the Michigan tundra, okay?
Yeah.
But like, and I miss that. Like, I'm so sick in the head that I miss that. But like, at the same time, like, I remember like having to like defrost my car and shit like that. And then I'm like, don't do it, Melanie. But like, that's why I'm settling on Seattle. I'm like, then you get a little bit, but it's not like, you know, the full on.
The exact same weather as me because we're very close. And then also we could visit all the time. So there's that.
Very true. Very true.
Very close. I love it. Yeah, it's also very funny because, again, when I used to live in Edinburgh and I used to do the tours, you could tell, because the tours were run in English and Spanish, and you could tell very easily who were the English-speaking tour guides and who were the ones that were from Spain, because like there's a slight chill and they've got like 3 scarves. They're like, what is this bullshit? And I'm like, in a t-shirt and jeans. Like,
no, that is my life. No, it is like, it's like changed me though. Like, even like, I like never thought that like Michigan was humid, you know, being a fucking peninsula. I never thought Michigan was humid. And now whenever I go home, I'm like, what is my hair? How did I do this for like 25 years? Like, what? You know, like, it's just wild to me.
Oh yeah, I gave up on this situation a very long time ago. Like, it's gonna do whatever it wants.
I love your hair. I love your hair.
Thank you.
I keep saying I'm gonna cut my hair, but I never do. I'm like, I need to go get my hair cut before Hawaii, but I don't know if I'm gonna do it. We'll see. But everyone has like the like one length little like long bob now, you know, and they kind of curl it, and I'm like, ooh, that looks hot. I like that. And then I'm like, would you do that, Melanie? I don't know.
Yeah, I'm definitely not a maintenance type of person. So if the hairstyle requires anything other than me like conditioning it and then like maybe putting in some product while it's still wet and walking away, I can't. I just can't.
Do you have to use like a purple shampoo or anything like that?
No, I just Usually I don't wash it. I wash it like maybe once a week. And then I just use a very good conditioner. And I found something that doesn't have sulfates because sulfates are really bad for like the curl situation I got going on. And that's basically it. I just condition it, and then like occasionally we'll put in either a curl cream or a mousse, depending on because my hair under this was bleached, obviously, because I've got really dark hair, one would imagine. So to get it to this color, it needed to be Draco Malfoy before that. So that does a thing to your hair. So my hair is mad because it was bleached. So basically I just have to condition the crap out of it. And because it's been bleached, I need to like put a curl cream back in it because it is curly, but it's also mad at me. So it's like half not curly because it's angry. So.
No, I always like your hair. I feel like as I get older, which is like good, I'd rather have this than like grays, but I feel like as I get older, my hair just gets darker and darker and darker. So like, I don't even know. Like I've been like the past couple summers, I don't know how bad this is for your hair, but I'll get like the sun in stuff. And I'll like wet my hair and I'll put like the sun and stuff. And then I'm like, oh, I'm going swimming for a few hours. Hopefully it lightens my hair. And like now I'm like, am I about to like fuss with purple shampoos? Because I'm like, I don't know. But it's getting so much darker. And then everyone's like, just dye it like a normal person. And I'm like, no, you know?
I will not.
And it is. It's like the roots. I'm like, oh my gosh, like people are gonna think, I don't know. I mean, I've always had like dirty blonde. I hate saying that. It takes a year off my life, okay? But like I've always had that color.
No.
Yeah. And then my hair is like bone straight. Like you're lucky that you have curls. Like this, I blow dried my hair, but like this is my hair. Like this is straight. It's very, very straight.
I get very bored, like, because I used to have very long hair. Like, when I started YouTube, actually, go back to my first video, and you're like, that's a completely different person. But, like, my hair was down to, like, here and curly as hell. And, like, I could never straighten my hair because I get bored halfway through doing it.
I saw your prom picture, and I was like, oh, my God. I'm like, it look like I know that's you, but I'm like, wow.
Yeah, that's basically the hair length I had when I started YouTube and was the most awkward human. I was very self-aware when I started YouTube. My first YouTube video was like my inevitably embarrassing YouTube debut is exactly what I titled it, because like I knew everybody's embarrassed the first time they make a YouTube video. I had long hair for a while, and then I cut it, and then I cut it more, and then I started coloring it a couple of years ago. So
when I did Contemporary-thon, everyone was like, Melanie needs to have a different colored
like, maybe I'll buy a wig. I mean, that's the cheapest way to get around that.
But I don't know. I feel like I should do. I feel like I could be happier with my aesthetic, but I'm just so lazy and I just don't want to keep it up, you know? And like my hairdresser, she's the first hairdresser I ever had going to Vegas. And it was so ironic too, because I went with my friend, the one with the boyfriend that sings, and we were going to her lady, and she was going first, and she was like, and I was getting my eyebrows done too, and then she was like, oh, you should get, her name's Edna, my hairdresser, and she's like, she's so good at threading eyebrows, you should go to her. And I was like, but me and her started talking, I liked her so much, and then she cut my hair, and she's been cutting my hair now for like this whole time. And so it's like, I don't know. She just knows what I like and just do it. So it's like, I don't want to mess it up. But
you're like, I don't want to anger the hairdresser situation I have.
Yeah, and be like, do something different.
Yeah. My coloring, my best friend does it. Like, she bleaches it every once in a while when we need to get whatever color is going in, and then she colors it for, like, I pay her for the products she picks up, so it's like $30 to do whatever we're doing usually.
That's really cool, though. That's really cool. I feel like you touch yours up less than Julie has to, and you both have purple, you know? So I'm like, I wonder if you use different products or something.
I feel like it's because I will bleach mine and then purple it, whereas Julie keeps hers dark and then puts purple on it, which you need to keep adding the purple to it because it's dark and because it doesn't always show, because dark hair is a problem. If you want any other color, it's, which is funny because there were like maybe 5 winters in a row where I just kept like naturally just like dyeing my hair black because I look really good with black hair. And then trying to go from like black to anything else is definitely a problem. That was an interesting time in my life.
I feel like in high school, my best friend, her sister was a hairdresser. So I had like every color hair ever in high school. And then I hit college and I'm like, nope, I'm just going to keep the dirty blonde forever. It's just what I got now. So
Yeah.
it's so weird to me. But I bet you do look really good with black hair.
Oh yeah, it's very nice. I'll send you a picture at some point from whenever the last time I did it was, but like it's just very accentuating of like I'm kind of a pale ass motherfucker because I don't go outside in the sun, so there's that.
We like a good emo aesthetic in this house, okay?
Yeah, exactly. Like, I look very good with dark hair. It's fine. Yeah.
I don't know. I do want to do something different, but we'll see if I do ever. And I feel like I'm like, Melanie, are you really going to do it before all your trips and stuff? Like, don't you do this, Melanie? Don't you do this?
Aw, Madeline. She's like, I can't imagine you without colored hair. I'm like, go back like a year and a half into my videos and you'll see it.
I feel like I'm still kind of at the awkward phase with booktube where I'm gonna look back at these in like December and be like, why did you do this? But you know what? We're learning. We're going with it.
No, it's definitely fine. And like I do here's my embarrassing thing that I do sometimes. One of the places I work at, like I work at a library, but I work at different locations. And sometimes I will bring up my YouTube page at one of the locations where nobody really can see what I'm doing, and I'll just let my videos run because I have over 500 videos on my channel and most of them have been viewed like 27 times. So I'm just trying to get like
Yeah, for sure.
adding to like views so people will find them or whatever. But like I will occasionally click over to that tab and be like, oh, 27 people have seen this video from like 3 years ago. I remember making this. This was actually really fun to make. It's really sad that only 27 people have seen it. Like I put in movie magic and everything. Like, yeah, like there's one where like I'll like snap and my clothes change and that type of thing. And I'm like, how
Yeah.
people see? Oh,
I'm like the opposite, like privileged bitch experience of that because like coming from Goodreads, you know, I'm like, so many people are gonna see this. I better not look like a wild animal, you know. So because like that's like everyone. Like when I was toying with the idea of starting BookTube, like you know, people like friends that understand YouTube but don't understand the book community, they're like, just do it. No one's gonna see your first videos anyways. Like that's how you learn. That's how you get better. And I'm like, you know, like I knew that people were going to click on it and like see me acting a damn fool. So it's a different experience. So I don't know. Oh, see, look at, no, you're amazing. You're one of my favorite content creators. If I never picked up another book again, I would sub to your channel and watch it for sure.
I'm so happy about that, especially because, okay, so another weird thing about the library. Like, I love working at the library. I love the people I work with. And then, like, the actual management structure above is questionable. So occasionally the library does this thing called a book smack, which is basically like speed recommending books. And a year ago, actually, I was slated to like be one of the people to go to the event to like speed recommend books because obviously I do it every Sunday in my living room, so like I can recommend.
Yeah.
But because I'm a page at the library, which is like the lowest rung of being at a library, I'm not qualified to do this event, which I was going to be doing for free on my own time, and other people in the community are allowed to do it, but apparently I'm not. And I'm just like, I've recommended over 600 books on YouTube in the past 2 years. Like, why are you saying no to this? Like, I don't understand the philosophy behind like, you can't do this because it's not in your job description to recommend books. I'm like, I read the most of anyone on staff, except for like maybe the children librarians who read like picture books and read like 600 books.
It's different. It's like a different.
Yeah, it's a little bit different. So like, I'm like, but why would you have people on staff that are obviously very into reading books and excited about books, and then tell them that they can't do this event where they recommend books? Like, I don't know. That seems like a lost opportunity, friends.
Yeah. And definitely, like, not to be like, oh my God, Kathy, you're the wokest person in the whole world. But you know what I'm saying? You know that, like, probably a good chance that whoever they get is going to be like, let me tell you about John Green, okay? You know, and it's just like, feels bad, man, you know?
to be fair, like I have read his books. I do.
Yes. No hate. No hate.
Yeah, no hate. Like I really need Hank's sequel to come out, and that's not coming out for forever, and it's really annoying.
You know what I want to ask you? I want to ask
Yeah.
you this. As a bi human, I want to ask you this.
Mhm.
It came. I have not read it. I have it right here somewhere. I have it right here. Oh my God. Let me drop some books. I have it right here.
Yeah, there you go.
But someone told me, they were like, "Oh, have you read it? Because I think the main character in it is Pan." And I was like, "Oh, I had no idea that there was any sexual rep in the book, you know." And then I started looking at my friends' reviews, and all of them were like, "Oh, I love that." I think her name's April May, I think. And they were like, "Oh yeah, she's bi." And I'm like, that's so. I was just wondering what you thought of the sexual rep in this book.
Oh yeah, she's like, so my journey with this book is like he started writing it years ago, as you do with a book, and then he posted, like he had this Patreon where he would post it chapter by chapter and like get like feedback on it type of thing. And I
I had no idea. That's really cool too.
yeah, I somehow made my way into it
Mhm.
because like he capped it at 300 type of thing, and then like as soon as somebody leaves from it, like I would get an email to like maybe get into it type of thing.
Mhm.
So I read like the first 6 chapters but I read them like in 2016. And like right away you knew that April May was bi, like you just knew.
Mhm.
And like to be fair, I think that was before I completely realized I was bi.
Mhm.
um so like my thing with this book is like I read the early chapters ages ago and really wanted to know how this book was going to go. So that's my whole thing. I think to answer Madeline, I think she IDs on the pages by. I would have to double check because I read it last year at some point, and I've read 100 books since. Yeah, I think she definitely IDs as bi on the page. I understand that there can be either minuscule differences between or very big differences between IDing as bi or pan, which is definitely a conversation I would love to have with you. Because no,
I
there's
ID'd as bi forever before I ID'd as pan.
which is I understand why somebody would move to pan, like just to like explicitly include like non-binary people is
Yeah.
like the biggest reason for me
Yeah.
to like move into that. But also like I was 30 before I even like came out to
Yeah.
myself because I'm
You
also
look so, you look, I mean, I know I'm a little tiny bit tipsy, but I'm like, you look so good for your age. Like, what the fuck even? Like, damn, like, goals. Like,
it's
yeah. But yeah, and like, obviously, I'm not one that's ever going to police like anyone. Like, when people like tell me, like, oh yeah, I'm bi, pan, I'm like, that's like valid. I'm never going to be like, you have to fucking pick one just because like I picked one. You know what I'm saying? But it was just so weird to me because I'm like, how have I never heard that about this? Like, and I'm like, why would, and if it's on page bi, like, you know, you get what I'm saying. Like,
oh
I'm
yeah,
like, there
it's on
has to
page
be
5 for sure.
something. Yeah,
Yeah.
there has to be something in it that would make some, you know, like, okay, this is something, because I didn't know what the word pansexual was until I was in college. And
Yeah.
like, I remember being like a dumb bitch in high school and always being like, hearts, not parts. And I was like, bitch, that should have tipped you off. Like, if someone just would have been like, oh, have you ever heard of the word pansexual before? I was
Yeah.
like, you know, it was just like a different time back then and stuff like that. But it made me apprehensive to read this book because I was like, oh, I had no idea that there might be a conversation here about like whether, and like, you know, I get like I get it. Like, you tell someone you're pan that like doesn't know, and they're like, oh, like what, you fuck plants or pans or whatever, you know, and like that's why the word like queer is so good and stuff like that. But like,
Yeah.
I'm just very curious if like maybe even the publishers and stuff were like, oh, maybe just like be bi, don't put pan in here, or like you get what I'm saying. I'm just very curious about this.
Yeah, I don't know if it was a like maybe you shouldn't put pan in here, which is funny because there is, not to spoil it for you, but there is a conversation in this book about whether or not she should ID as bi to the public because the main character
Okay.
gets a following of some persuasion,
Yeah.
and there is that whole thing in there. So I don't know if it was like layers of whether or not like she IDs as bi, but maybe she would come out as pan because again, like I understand like you could think of them as the same thing.
Mhm.
That is one interpretation of them, where you could think of them as different things, and then there's very much gray area in between. I think that IID is bi because like that is the word I knew when I came out.
Yeah. And like again, like policing people's sexuality, that's never a good look. You know what I'm saying? Like,
no, nobody looks cute doing that.
yeah. Like,
Yeah.
yeah,
So
I was just like, how have I was like, I just never heard about that before. So I was did you like the rep in the book?
oh yeah, I definitely love the rep in the book for sure.
That makes me like way more excited to read it.
Yeah, and just the way it's written, I really love, and I especially love like remembering how it was written a couple of years ago when I first read the chapters, like the not finished chapters.
Yeah, the
Reading it now, and
nostalgia.
just, like knowing that like the character is aged up a little bit, and we get to actually see her relationship with her ex, and like there's all these little things that I'm just like, I love it so much.
Yeah.
And I just like there's also a lot of like insights that you obviously know Hank knows from his life on YouTube,
Yeah.
these type of things. So like I love it from that as well because yeah, he's
Yeah.
an interesting human, blah 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 blah. But yeah, I need the sequel now. Basically, I've needed the sequel since I finished reading the book. So
Is it
like,
going to be a duology? Is there going to be like
it's a duology. I'm pretty sure it's just a duology, not just a duology, but you know what I mean. Like it will be just 2 books in the series. But like August 2020 is what Goodreads is thinking.
Oh, I was gonna say, I was like, if they have an arc of it, BA, I'll pick it up for you.
Oh my goodness. If it comes out as an arc and you go to an event where it is an arc, please send it to me after you're done reading it because
it definitely will.
Yeah,
like
like
that makes me excited. And the thing is too is like Hank Green, like just because like I'm so in touch with like Goodreads and stuff, he writes back nicely. And like I get that this is a line that people don't like as reviewers too. Like I don't want to talk to authors. I don't want them to interact with me. But like me as a reviewer, I love it. And like Hank Green is like really good to people on Goodreads. And even like I posted my I always post my book of the month books, you know, that US privilege again, but I always post them. And he wrote on it and was like, oh, I hope you enjoy it. And I was like, oh, that makes me want to read it right this instant. Like, I just love that shit. I do.
Because I've met him, because I've gone to VidCon the last 4 years. I'm not going this year, which makes me really sad. But it's like at the same time as that trip to see my brother. So like,
okay.
For good reason, but whatever. But like, I've met him a few times and he's just such a lovely human being.
That makes me happy.
Yeah, he's a very lovely human being and he gives very nice hugs. And like, I love that everything he's done for the internet community, basically. So I love to support him and then was very happy also that his book turned out to be really good. And even, do you follow My Name is Mount Inez?
Yes.
Okay, so even her, because she worked for PodCon, she was like, I didn't want to read the book for the longest time in case I hated it because he's technically my boss for this thing I do.
Oh, that's cool.
That I liked it. Yeah. And
well, that's the thing. Like, that's even me. Like, I mean, I know I like John Green. That's what they're gonna recommend. But I'm like, okay, me. Like, even looking for like little kid me, I was like into that. I was like, this is the most like poetic thing I've ever read in my entire life. You know, so like, you know, it's a different experience. I don't know, but VidCon is the same place that BlizzCon is at. So I'm like, oh my gosh, you have to let me know if you go the following year.
Yeah, I would love to go again. Like I said, I'm just not going because I'm going to see my little brother who I haven't seen in a couple years. So. But yeah, the Anaheim Convention Center is an interesting place. I also used to volunteer for VidCon, which is half of why like I've met Hank a bunch of times because they would come to the volunteer parties or whatever. The convention center is weird now, and I really hope that this year's setup for VidCon is different than last year because it was very strange. They built a new building. It was all very weird.
Yeah, that is weird. I don't know. And I also wonder too, like how much that like the Anaheim Convention Center is like with Blizzard now, because like that whole Overwatch arena is for like, you know, and so it's just so weird that they would do that, like specifically when there's so much other stuff being held there, you know. But
yeah,
teach their own.
Yeah,
but it makes me excited that you loved it. I think too, like obviously I'm happy I held it back for 2019 just because like now I am on YouTube, you know?
Yeah.
And I think that that's something that's going to like make the experience like so much better. And I know Madeline loved it too. Like most people I know do really love this one. And I think it's like things in our wheelhouse, you know? So
it is definitely such a great like walk into the sci-fi world, especially for people that might not be in it, if you will. Like, I'm not saying I'm hardcore into sci-fi. Like, I like my sci-fi, but I'm not going to say I'm the most.
Same. Like, I like sci-fi. Space operas, ooh, your girl struggles, you know?
Yeah, it definitely depends. Like, Space Opera by Catherine M. Valente. Amazing.
I want to read it because of you.
Oh my goodness. Oh,
I like her as a human being quite a bit
glitter
too.
everywhere. Yeah. I need to read more of her stuff because that is the only thing I've read. And I'm like, girl, how did you imagine all of these things? I don't even understand.
I don't know if she normally publishes through Saga Press, but she always has a short story in Saga Press anthologies, and her short story in Fairies versus Robots was everything. It was everything. It was
That's a book that's been on my TBR for a while because it came through like half the time it are things that like come through the library and I'm checking them back in. I'm like, this looks amazing. So like I put it on my list, but haven't gotten to it yet. So okay, good to know. Good to know.
That one is so good. That's so good because it like alternates a fairy to a robot story. So it's like really good. And my favorite one ended up being a robot one, which I never would have thought. It was Alyssa Wong. She's like my favorite short story writer.
Okay, good. Good to know. Yeah, I love me a good fae story as well. So yes, obviously this is why we get along. And yes, my best friend also loves a fae story, which is half of the reason we moved to Ireland. So
yeah, no, I'm telling you, when you told me that, I was like, Melanie, be an adult. I'm like, that's so cool, traveling the world. And then like little kid Melanie, I'm like, oh my God.
yeah, half the reason we moved to Ireland was because she was like, I've read all of these Irish fairy tales, or like The Golden Book of Fairy by O.R. Melling is like I think it's a quadrilogy, but she had a bind up of all 4 books. And like I read them while we were there, and I was like, yes, I can understand why you wanted to live here based on these books I am reading while I'm here.
This series was my sexual awakening. It is the Fever series by Karen Ray Monin. I do not recommend it, but little kid Melanie, she fucked hard with this. And it's way too dirty, but you know, and it's set in like a Dublin pub, which is why I also think I love things that are set in taverns and hotels and pubs and stuff. And she like travels there because like her sister is murdered, and yeah, it's like them exploring Dublin and trying to like undercover like the fae world and everything. And it's literally why I love Ireland and why I love fae stories. This little dirty book. I don't think it holds up though. I think back on it and I'm like, Melanie, that wouldn't hold up. But I'm like 5 stars. I don't want to hear it.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like I can have it. It can be on my shelf. I just never need to read it again. It is fine. I definitely have shelved those books at work, so I know the library has them. So maybe one day I will read them for shits and giggles. The thing on my shelf that I haven't read in like 20 years and probably never will is like 50 Nancy Drew novels.
Oh my gosh, I have those way up there. Yeah.
Like the old like yellow ones that are not glossy at all. Yeah, those. I've got like 50 in the back of my bookshelf because I haven't read them since I was a kid, but like I read the crap out of them when I was a kid. So there's a book about them that I want to read from the library before I even think about rereading them.
That's really, yeah, my grandma like collected them, and like a lot of my early memories of reading and stuff was always my grandma and me and my grandma going to the library. The neighborhood where my grandparents live right by each other, the library is in their neighborhood. So it's a really cute look. It's like my favorite part of Flint. It's like right outside of Flint. But anyways, yeah. So like she would always like get me those and like Pony Pals and Goose, like all the things. Like my first memories of reading is like always my grandma reading them to me, and she is a big Nancy Drew fan. And to this day, that's what she reads is mystery thrillers. So
it's so delightful. Yeah,
she's the one that got me to read the Ruth Ware book. She was like, "You're gonna love this," and I'm like, "Grandma, this was a bad book. What are you talking about? Like, this is your fave of the year."
That's upset. I haven't read any of the Ruth Ware, probably because all the people I've seen talk about it are like, meh. And I'm like, okay, fair. Good to know.
Books and Lala, we always say that we have very similar reading tastes, except for Ruth Ware, because she really likes it.
Fair. Good to know. Good to know. Yeah, I have so many of those books. It's like, and I have them because like they're a childhood memory, and why would I not have them anymore type of thing. But they take up a significant amount of space in this very small apartment. Actually, no, they're like a small section of my bookshelf. Let's not even lie.
I remember one of the vlogs you did. You were like culling books from your shelf, and I was like, like I never liked bookshelf tours, but I love it when people show their bookshelves like that in that manner.
Yeah, because I could never do like this is because I don't have pretty booktube shelves. I'm like I have realistic like if it fits it sits shelves like
That's me. It's looking like the Weasley house, like up in here.
yeah. The fun thing about looking at the books behind you is I'm pretty sure that those are two different or like the two editions of My Brother's Husband right there
Yeah.
because I know them enough to be like, yes, excellent, you have those, good.
Yeah. That's my like manga. Like most of all of my mangas are back in Michigan, but that's what I've acquired out here.
Excellent.
And then like my like wonky penguin drop caps where like my family's chaotic and have started getting me them from both ends. So like I don't have the middle books, but I have like XYZ, ABCD. I'm like, y'all are chaotic. Why is this a thing? Oh, I don't really listen to BTS, but I like them. They seem like cool dudes.
What is a BTS? I am the oldest human.
You are the K-pop group.
Okay. Cool. I at least know what K-pop is, so it's fine. I am not an audiophile, so like I know completely random geeky random nerdy shit or like people I know who are artists, and that's basically it. So oh, I'm so sorry, Jane.
Yeah, I know. I'm like, Jane, where are you when we need you? I don't know the group. Here, this is like the BTS heart, Korean heart thing.
Aww.
What? I know Love Yourself is an album. I'm pretty sure. Everyone likes Jungkook, I think, right? He's like the cutest one. I'm trying. Okay?
Like my thing is I don't dislike any music, but I won't necessarily have heard of it because all of my listening time is books. Like to be honest, like even though I've gone to PodCon the 2 years it's happened, I still just listen to books because when I realized I could be listening to books from the library for free, that's it. Like I listen to at least like 55 books a year that way. So
I feel like I'm such a bad audiobook reader. And again, like I feel like this is just like the ADHD spectrum is so broad, because people are like, oh, I love it. It helps me focus from ADHD. And I'm like, my mind is like, what am I doing right now? Let's not listen to this,
No, I have to be doing something else. Like I couldn't just like sit there and listen to a book. Like I could not do that. But like because I have such a transit between here and work and work and here and like me and going out and doing literally anything outside my house, that's when I listen to books and it gets the job done. And to be fair, I will miss some things every once in a while and then I'll realize I've missed it and I'll turn it back type of deal. But like if my walk to work was like 5 minutes, I wouldn't listen to any audiobooks probably. I probably would have stuck with podcasts because they're smaller and more contained or whatever. But yeah, I listen to a lot of audiobooks because I have time on buses. So
I also feel like it's harder for me to take notes with audiobooks. And I feel like, again, like such a big part of like my reviewing process, and that like goes to me too. Like, am I a booktuber? Am I a reviewer? It's hard to be both, And so it's like, I feel like if I was just like talking, like, let me tell you what this book about. But like, if I want to do like breakdowns, like in my review, I'm like, oh, I'm such a bad audiobook, but I wish I was better. And I'm trying. I really am trying to get there.
Well, that's the thing too, because like with reading a physical book, I'm going to eat some pizza now while I talk, but with reading a physical book, you stop reading it to make your notes and you would have to pause your audiobook.
Very true.
It's a thing, like you just let it keep going while you're trying to make your notes. And that's when the disconnect happens because you're still trying to listen, but you're still trying to make notes. And no, you have to pause the audiobook and then make the note and then go back. And that's like a disingenuous thing with listening. I think it seems weird to do that, where it doesn't seem weird to like put down book, write note, if that makes sense.
Yes, that actually makes a lot of sense. But I don't know. This fantasy-a-thon, I listened to an audiobook. I listened to like the prequel Witcher book, and even me, I was like, oh, I just didn't like this 2 stars. And I was like, did you not like it, or was it because it was an audiobook? Like, and then I start like questioning myself. Yeah. So I'm like, I don't know, but I want to be better, especially because I want to read the Diviner series. Madeline knows. And that's like the audiobooks that everyone is like, you need to listen to. So I'm like, oh, I want to get good for the Diviner series. And I already own them on Audible. So I'm like, I hope that I get better at it. I don't know.
Yeah, I've also heard that I need to listen to those. I'm like, it's on my very long master list of shit I need to consume before I die. So,
you should read them with us when we do it, if I do it.
Yeah, let me know when that's happening, and we will do it. To answer Dylan, this is the vegan pizza from Panago. Panago, I don't know if it's outside of Canada, but it is a fairly big food chain. By food, I mean pizza.
Are you a vegan, or did you just get vegan pizza?
I am mostly vegan. I don't eat meat, and I'm allergic to cheese. So like, and then also if you like make me scrambled eggs, I'm like, that's I can see those eggs, so I can't eat them. But if they're in cake or something, I will still eat the cake. I have plausible deniability with eggs, but like cheese, I'm straight up allergic to. So like that's not gonna happen. But I also didn't eat meat. The reason I don't eat meat is I was traveling like a 6-month trip in Europe 6 years ago. And it was like a really crappy weather day in Cardiff where we were staying. So we were watching like the weird food network that they have there. And it was like this weird American food channel or show or whatever it was. And this guy skinned a rabbit alive and then ate the heart. And I was like, I am done eating meat. And I haven't had meat ever since.
Oh my gosh. I don't eat meat either, but I do eat eggs and I do eat animal products and I eat fish.
It's totally fine. I fully expect people to be weird about me being vegan because there are a lot of very strange, weird, hardcore vegans. And I'm just like, eat whatever you want, but I'm going to be over here not eating meat, and that's fine.
I feel like, oh my God, this is going to sound again like, look at me, I'm such an oppressed American. But like, I feel like, like people that I've dated and even friends and stuff that I'm not like close with and stuff, I feel like, like people can be really nasty and like act like, it's like I always make it work, wherever I go out to eat or anything like that, but I've had people be like really nasty about not eating meat before. So I'm always like, do you not eat meat? Like, I'm like, we have a lot in common. Yeah. But I am sorry you're allergic to cheese and that, because that's a big thing.
You remember it being delicious. Fortunately, like vegan cheeses have come a long way since their inception because they used to be terrible. Daya's pretty decent, so I'm okay with it.
But I always say, like, I'm going to try to transition over, but I never do. But I always say it. But I don't know. I just never really liked meat growing up and stuff like that. And I mean, a lot of that goes too with like just like growing up in a house where like my dad, who is the Filipino parent of mine, like he did all the cooking. So like we ate so much fish and stuff in general. But I mean, we still like Filipinos eat a lot of pork. And like even for me, like a lot of times, like if I do get the urge to eat meat, it will be a pork dish of some sort. But like Filipinos also have like so much vegetarian substitutes and stuff like that it's like easy. And like I said, like ponce, like it's like so much shrimps, and like growing up, like our snack was always tuna and rice and stuff like that. And like, okay, I'm gonna tell you this too. This is a Filipino thing too. Mm-hmm. My dad eats Spam every single day. Like the Filipinos love Spam. Okay, I don't know what the fuck kind of meat that is, but like even me, like sometimes if I smell my dad frying Spam, I will kind of be like, I could probably eat that, but then I'm like, don't do it. It's been so long. But I think it was just like an easy transition for me, where like even like I can't really remember eating cow, but I can remember eating chicken and being like, this is the nastiest thing. It tastes like a bird. Like I cannot do it. So like I just feel like I came from a weird upbringing with it already, So
Spam is spliced ham.
So. Oh my God! See, it's the pork.
Yeah, it's pork. So like you at least now know. Yeah, I definitely had that growing up in Nova Scotia. And then coming to the West Coast, like never saw it again, but never even questioned it because
when you come to my parents' house, my dad will try to get you to eat Spam. I promise you that.
And I'll probably
for
be
breakfast.
like, nostalgia. But also it's gonna make me sick because I haven't had it in so many years and enzymes. I don't know.
No, I agree. But that's so funny. That's so wild. I feel like we really do with like the military thing and the meat. Like I'm like, damn, we have a lot in common.
Well, this is why we're friends.
But yeah, oh my God, Madeline's the same way. Matt, I didn't want to ask because, like, again, I feel so weird about, like, I don't know. I have so many, like, marginalizations against me, but I'm like, oh, I feel weird telling people I don't eat meat. But I knew you knew Madeline because of the place in New York you want to take me to, and you asked me, but I didn't want to ask you if you were vegetarian or not. So.
I feel you on the, like, not wanting to be the extra weird human, if you will.
Like, I will tell people that I'm queer and Asian way before I'll tell people I'm vegetarian.
Well, yeah, especially because there are a lot of, like, hardcore vegans that will, like, yell at people for eating meat, and I'm like, I don't care what you eat as long as you're liking it and it's not poisoning you. That's literally all I care about, so it's fine. Like, one of my favorite things is, like, a few years ago, I met up with a friend of mine at a pub, and he's eating, like, a meat lover's pizza or something like that, and he offers me a slice, and I say, no, thank you, politely, and then, like, a half hour later, he's like, oh, shit, I offered you meat lover's pizza. I am so sorry. And I'm like, you offered me food. That was incredibly kind of you. Just because it's food that I don't eat, that doesn't mean it wasn't extremely kind of you to do. I don't care what you eat. It's fine. So, yeah.
That's funny shit, though. But yeah, I feel like no vegetarians talk about that, but I don't know. But I remember when I guess, like, the day I decided to be a vegetarian, and this is a funny story, and I don't really tell many people this, but I'll tell you all this. So, like, I went bowling with my best friend growing up and stuff like that, and her boyfriend and me, we both worked at this, like, local ice cream place during the summer together, and she got with him just coming around there. But anyways, we all went bowling, and he was, like, a little bit older than us, like, probably we're like we were like 16 and he was like 18, so it wasn't like that bad, but it was still like. But he had a friend that was like, I don't know, she was like 21, and she came to the bowling alley, and she was a wild woman, okay? Like, and I'm not like I would never ever like be nasty to like sex work or anything like that, but she was definitely a stripper, and she was talking to me about being a vegetarian. And then, I'm not even kidding you, this, like, I can't even make this shit up, this is my life. She dead ass was like, she did the quote, like, if you don't stand for anything, you fall for everything. She literally said that to me, and my, like, 16-year-old self went home and was like, that's fucking deep. I'm not gonna eat meat anymore. And I fucking didn't eat meat ever again.
All right.
A stripper that I don't even, her name was Tina, but I know nothing else. I could not pick her out to you in a fucking lineup.
Yep, no, but that was just the thing that, like, clicked with you. So it works. No, I definitely read, like, some book, I can't remember, it was probably not even a good one, but about, like, not eating meat for ethical reasons or whatever. And this was, like, before I broke up with the boyfriend I broke up with while I was traveling Europe for 6 months, and then we still had to, like, continue traveling Europe together. And then
oh my God, that's a story.
So yes, that is a story. Should probably not get into that story.
No.
Like, does the internet need this story? Yes. So, like, we were still traveling together because, like, we're still good friends to this day, type of thing. But, like, we were on this trip together. I couldn't. Yeah, exactly. I couldn't, like, change my ticket or whatever to get out of this situation. Something happened before we broke up that it was traumatic. Whatever, it's fine. But, like, like, I had read this book before we left Canada, type of thing, and then I saw that American food TV show where skinning rabbits eating their hearts while they're still alive bullshit. And I was like, no. But, like, I don't know if I would have gone vegan while still being with him, just because, not because, like, he would have been a jerk about it. He probably would have been fine about it, but because, like, sharing meals with the partner is, like, such a big thing, whereas, like, suddenly it's eating two different things. And, like, I have a roommate, we don't necessarily eat the same things. Like, I'm eating one pizza and he's eating a different pizza, and that's totally fine. But also, like, he makes his own meals and I make my own meals, and, like, his meals are probably way better because I'm a terrible cook. But, like, it's a very separate thing, whereas, like, before that, my mentality was, like, we eat the same dinner. So, like, transitioning from, like, we eat the same dinner could be anything to, like, me putting a bunch of restrictions on it probably wouldn't have happened. I don't know if it actually would have, because obviously I live a different timeline.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The alternate universe, Kathy, I tried it.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think that's really, really valid. It's really valid. And it is hard, you know. And it's a different dynamic, you know.
Yeah, it definitely is. It's
And
fine.
like, let me emphasize, when I'm like, people can be nasty about it, like that's coming from people that like I've tried to be in relationships with, or that I've just like, you know, had like a setup with or something like that. And like I said, it's like, oh well, and it's just like, I don't know. People try to make you feel bad for it, but
Oh man, I gotta say, like, there is everything against me in even thinking about trying online dating. I've tried the site. Like anytime I download any of those apps, it's only for like 2 hours before I'm like, no, friend, this is not gonna work. Because like there's so many like addendums I need to put that people just object to. Like, I don't eat meat, for example. I'm bi, for example. People will object to
yeah,
that or be gross about
sure.
it, which
Yeah,
I'm
for
sure
sure,
you
for
know
sure.
about. And then there's also the fact that my roommate and I, we're in a queer platonic open relationship. Most people don't even know what the fuck that means. Fair. And also the laughter, fair. But like, a couple of weeks ago, I downloaded Bumble just for shits and giggles and was talking to this person, and then like was talking about how I lived in a bachelor suite and I have a roommate, and he at this point knew I was bi, and then I he's I said that I had this roommate and we share a bed because we do. Because it's a fucking bachelor suite. Where are you gonna put another bed? Like honestly, and also he's good color. But like he was like, "Oh, so I assume this person is a girl," and I was like, "No, he is a dude." And
Yeah,
that's when I got blocked, and I was like, "I can see
dang.
how you would think that me having a girl as a queer platonic relationship would be a great thing because you're still gonna think we're both gonna sleep with you, but no,
Yeah,
like,
I'm sure
yeah, no, it's definitely like apps like that in general. Like, I mean, I don't know. I have had success with apps like that, but it's always like only people that ID is female or like non-binary, like never the dudes, because it's not okay. And like definitely when you put the word bi or pan out there, it's like threesomes, you know, like that's like all you're ever gonna, you know,
yeah,
get.
which is especially not great for me because I'm bi, but I'm also demisexual as fuck. So like,
Yeah. I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
oh yeah, I'm demi as fuck, which is probably half the reason I didn't know I was bi until I was 30.
For sure. For sure.
Like,
Again, I talked about this with Madeline a lot, but like I go back and forth if I think I'm demi romantic. So,
yeah, that could definitely be a thing.
but it's weird. I feel like online dating, and I should app dating is like the way to do it now. But yeah, it's just a fucking mess. And
Yeah,
like I said too, I feel like, and I don't know, like in this, and I can go the opposite way too. Like I was just like, oh, dude, but like even like lesbians will be like, oh, well, you're just gonna leave for a dude, you know, and it's just like it doesn't matter to me, you know.
yeah. There's hatred on both sides, and you're just like, oh, I just want somebody to like me. Is
Yeah.
that too much to ask? Like, come on.
I'm just looking to have fun, and people are just being nasty. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
And I feel like Vegas is like another fucking level too, because everyone's just here for vacation. So
yeah,
why not? You know, it's fun. It's fun to be like gay for a weekend. You know, and it's
yeah.
like
Oh,
thanks, appreciate.
I remember getting into an elevator like the morning after I won all that money in Vegas and going down to the lobby to meet up with my classmates. And the person who was in the elevator with me is like dressed in a nice suit. And it's like 7:30 in the morning because school or whatever. But like his alarm goes off and he's like, "Oh, it was my alarm to wake up. I haven't been to sleep yet." Only in Vegas, friend.
Yeah,
Excellent.
that's for damn sure.
Oh, goodness. I know. Why is liking multiple genders so hard? Why would you think that it's so hard? I don't know, friends. Yeah. Madeline.
Seriously. And you
Yeah.
got to be careful because like I never want to look like I mean phobic towards like lesbians or anything like that. But I'm like, man, would my life be easier if I was a fucking lesbian? You know, like, geez, Louise.
Yeah, life would be easier if you were somebody who identified as something that people understood much more easily than what you actually are. It's
But
hard.
let me say too, I have been living a much better life on the West Coast than the East Coast as well. So
Mm, good to
if
know.
that I don't know if it's like, because again, you live on like a smaller island, you know, I feel like that has to be a little bit more difficult too, you know.
It's probably not terrible actually, because like at least my province seems to be fairly liberal. So there's that. Also, like I live on a small island that is also the length of Ireland. So like if you look at the perspectives of it, it's interesting because I loved living in Ireland and being like, yes, my small island is the length of your country. And they were like, what? I don't understand. And I was like, yeah, going 100 kilometers here is a really long distance. Going 100 kilometers there is not a long distance. A long amount of time in Canada is 100 years. Here, that's like a drop in the bucket. So like it's very strange. Yeah, no, like my island is not tiny, although there are a lot of very tiny islands around here, but all of them are full of hippies. So there's also that, which is nice, I guess. I will say nice because people are much more minded, but also some people are just very weird. We'll go with
yeah, this is my college experience. Like Ann Arbor, that is the most hippie town in the whole entire world. Everyone's like, oh, University of Michigan. I'm like, Ann Arbor is full of hippies.
I'm trying to read comments. I'm like, what? Humans? What? Okay. Oh. Okay.
I also think just like being in the book community and like everyone is like, it feels like most people are queer, you know, and very open and very nice and sweet and kind and encouraging. And then you go like out into the real world and you're like, damn, there's some dark places.
Yeah, you're just like, oh, not everything's like my sub box. Okay.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah. No, I've learned so much from just like even just like reading the books I've read since booktube, because like I was a fairly ferocious reader before I started booktube, but because I started doing weekly wrap-ups, and I only started doing like when I started booktube, I knew I wanted to do weekly wrap-ups because I used to follow this person. Her name is Kirsty, but her tag was Melbourne on My Mind was her channel name.
Oh, I remember her. What happened to her? She read so much.
Yeah, she used to read like 10 a week, and I was like, friend, I just don't read that fast. Like, I'm a very slow reader. I just read all the time is the thing. And unfortunately, oh, somebody from Brazil is here. Hello. Unfortunately, like her students at her Catholic school found her channel, and because she swears on the channel, and because the people that run her school don't understand YouTube, like her channel is no more, unfortunately.
Oh, that is so sad. I loved her. I really did.
Oh, she is the sweetest human. I wish we could like hang out in person at all times always. But like I started doing weekly wrap-ups because that's what she was doing, and that's the whole reason why I do what I read, watch, and listen to is I was like, what if I only read like one book in a week? Because that's like how much I read now. Whereas now I'm like 8 books in a week. That's just a readathon week. It's fine. Like, my very first booktubeathon, I did like the graphic novel edition of it because I was like, I can't read 7 books in a week. Who the hell could do that? And now, like, I do that every readathon I do. So
I feel like that's the one thing. Like, you know, like there's like a question in one of the tags that people keep doing that's like this. It's like, what is on booktube that you didn't anticipate starting booktube? And like, just because I had consumed so much booktube, like reviewing books on Goodreads and stuff for so long, I'm like, I got this down. It's vlogging. It's daily vlogging. I had no idea how much like time, and just like, I feel like, especially for me, because people are like, oh, she's like funny and laid back. And I'm just like, I can't keep saying the same damn jokes. Like the same damn thing. Like, League of Legends is on, you know, like
the queen of the one-liners. She was just so good at being like, this is about this, and this is terrible because of this, and then this. And you'd be like, you're so charismatic and hilarious, and how? And I just love her so much. And I'm just like, can we just be friends for always?
She was the original reason I wanted to start audiobooks. Because she's like, how do I read so much? This is how I read so much. And I'm like, oh, you know, like she was like the innovator of that. And I was like, oh, I need to do this.
I don't know what all right with you means. What are you referencing?
Being from Brazil, we support, we like.
Yeah. All I can say in Portuguese is obrigada, which is thank you, because I'm very stereotypically Canadian and we learn thank you in all the languages.
And I'm stereotypical American, and I'm like, Adriana Lima's the hottest person in the whole entire world, and she's from Brazil, so praise God.
There you go. That might just be being thirsty. I don't know if that's thirsty or American or both, but
It's a good mix. It's a good mix.
what it is.
But I can't believe I didn't realize the other booktuber, and I liked Melbourne on My Mind so much more, but she disappeared too. Oh my gosh, I just lost her name. But she was like always read SFF. I still have her on Goodreads. I bet I could find her in like a Brandon Sanderson review. But she just like disappeared too, and her channel disappeared too.
It happens. Yeah, Melbs is, well, I call, in my brain she was Melbs, but even though I know her name is Kirsty. But yeah, she disappeared because of that, and like I realized pretty quickly that she was gone because like she was weekly, and I was just like, what happened? She's like, yeah, so my students found my thing and it caused a problem. I'm like, but no. And it was right before VidCon Australia was happening. And she's like, well, I'm going to that, but I no longer have a channel. And I was like, oh no.
Oh my god, that's wild. But yeah, it's like Lindsay Ray. It was like I still have her on Goodreads and she still reads. But I always wonder, and I always like I said, I liked Melbourne on My Mind way more, but like the thing I liked about the Lindsay Ray lady is like she had a bookshelf in her house or her apartment or whatever, and it was like secondhand versions of her favorite books, and then when people came over, they could just take them and stuff, and I'm like, that's cute. I like that.
Yeah.
But she just disappeared one day, and I was like, and she had like a lot of subs and stuff, and I was like, what happened to her? It's weird. It's weird.
Something changes with your life. Like sometimes people like just suddenly they're out of college and now they have like real careers or whatever, and like they private their channels or they just stop making videos because it doesn't work with their life anymore or whatever, and that's fine.
Yeah, I tried to creep really hard to find out what happened to her, but like I said, I have no idea. I would like to know, but I like wasn't friends with booktubers the way I am now. Like I don't even know who to ask, you know. But it was wild. But booktube has grown so much too, and I mean, I'm not even meaning like me. I mean, like from that, I'm like, you know, it's wild. It's really wild to think about.
Yeah, becoming an actual teacher and then having to deal with students. Like students finding your life outside of you being a teacher, because of the whole like stereotype of like teachers live at the school and you don't see them in the grocery store and like all of that. Yeah.
I always think of Jess from Peace Love Books because she's a teacher and she teaches high school level, so you know they're little shits. And then like she reads so much romances, you know, and like, I'm sure they're like hot for teacher, you know, like yeah. I guarantee her students have tried to like be nasty and stuff. So I'm like, ugh, I do not want that life at all. I don't know. I feel like I tell really random people about my channel. I mean, like I said, I've only been on BookTube for like technically it'll be like 4 months, May 1st or whatever.
Yeah.
So like I'm still like a baby, but like when I was in California, I like made friends with this waitress, and then I was like, I've been booked, and like we just got talking, and then she like subbed to me, and she's like, oh my god, like I feel like I'm still at a weird level where like I don't tell people, but I don't hide it, and I never post anything bookish on my Facebook or anything like that. So like, but I mean, I have people from college and high school on my Instagram, and I post when I make live videos. I'm like, if y'all want to see it, it's there, you know.
I feel like my Facebook has just turned into me being like, I made another video. Here you go. But also, like, I have random people that like I haven't talked to in 10 or 15 years, like, message me being like, hey, you read books. Can you recommend a blah? And I'm like, yes, I can. Here you go. So, like, I kind of like that about it. So there's that. And like with all like the birthday, because like people see your birthday if your birthday is posted type of thing, like a lot of the message today have been like, I hope your next year is full of like really great books. And I'm like, oh, I love you. Thank you for understanding my bookish needs. Like,
Yeah, no, I totally get that. It's weird. I don't know why I don't do it on Facebook. I guess I don't know. Like, and I think it's like different too. Like I'm going to turn this into this. I don't want to turn this, but like even like I'm out to like my family and all my best friends and stuff like that. But like, you know, like there's people like, it's just like, I don't want to answer to, and I like talk about it in like every video, you know? So it's like, if they find it, I appreciate it. That's cool. But I'm like, I just don't put it out there. But like, I don't know. It's still kind of new still. So maybe I will eventually. I don't know.
one of those things that you're just like, oh, by the way, I also do this thing. Yeah, this is my hobby. Here it is.
Yeah. And my brother knows. My brother, he watches all my videos before I post them and stuff like that. So he's very supportive about it.
That's cute. So my brother also has a YouTube channel. It is very different than my YouTube channel. So my brother is in the military, like my father was. And do you remember, like, it's probably like 3 years ago, there was like this whole big thing going around all of the social medias of like, do 23 push-ups on video for like the 23 veterans who will commit suicide today because that is a big problem.
Yeah.
Do you remember that kind of challenge?
Yeah.
So my brother posts videos of him doing as many push-ups as he can in a row every day, and will do that until the day he retires.
Oh my
is
gosh.
20 goddamn years from now.
Yeah.
So he's been doing it for almost 1,000 days in a row. When he retires will be day like 6,901. So he's got some time to go. And that is his YouTube channel. It's literally just him doing push-ups every day.
So that's awesome. I think that's really cool.
It is really cool. It is very different content, but it happens every single day.
Like, I almost feel like, whatever base he's stationed at, whatever city that's in, I feel like news reporters, do you know about this? Like, that's like, really cool.
Because, like, I feel like, because I don't watch every video, because I watch it on Facebook sometimes, actually, because he cross posts or whatever. And my mom definitely watches both our videos because my mom is amazing. But, like, someday somebody's going to pick up on the fact that he's been doing this for goddamn 1,000 days in a row, and it's going to fucking blow up. And I'm going to be like, my little brother's push-up channel is more popular than mine. It's fine.
It'll be weird too, like when he is done, to like see the first one, and just like everything, like just like aging and like your body changing and stuff like that.
Yeah, and like even just seeing, like, because he started doing them out on their deck in their backyard, and like sometimes there's snow there, and he's wearing. Sometimes like one of the kids is also there, like trying to do push-ups next to him, and it's really damn cute. So like, it is interesting to watch. I love it. I love it so much. Yeah, my little brother's an amazing human being. I'm so glad he turned out to be amazing, because when we were teenagers, he was a little shit. So I'm so glad that he grew out of that.
Yeah, my little brother is definitely my best friend. I'm very open about that. I'm like, let's protect him at all costs. I've always been like that. And I think it's too because like we're like 5 years apart. And so it's like I was old enough to be like, oh, this is my baby. You know what I'm saying? Like, give me this little baby.
Yeah, so. I was like not quite 3 when he was born, type of thing. Apparently the family myth of like him, not myth, but like story of him coming home was like he was there for a couple of days, and then I was like, when are we bringing him back to the doctors? Because I thought like he belonged to the doctors and we were borrowing him, as you do when you're 2. So whatever, it's fine.
My parents both decided with me and my brother, both their pregnancies, that they didn't want to know like if we're gonna be boys or girls or what the fuck ever now, but you get what I'm saying. So like they didn't know, but they had names picked out like both ways. And then I was so sure that my brother was going to be a sister. So when we didn't know, and so I was like, when I finally got to meet him for the first time, I was like, and I was so disappointed that he wasn't. And now I can't even picture. Like, I wouldn't want a sister. I would so much rather have a brother. Like, what was wrong with me? But I was so disappointed. Like, I was like, what?
I already started calling you insert sister name here. Yeah. Aww.
Exactly.
It's fine.
But if he was a girl, they were going to name him Mallory. How gross is that? Melanie and Mallory? That would have been nasty. What was wrong with my parents?
Yeah, that's...
And my dad still likes Priscilla. Novel. My dad's favorite name is Priscilla. I'm like, what's wrong with you? What is...
It's not a bad name. There was somebody in the chat earlier with that name, actually. Maybe she is gone and won't be insulted by what you just said. I don't know.
To be fair, I know like a lot of Filipinos named Priscilla. So I'm like, maybe it's a Filipino thing. Like my dad, But me, I'm like, that's Elvis's wife. Like, what is going on,
Me, I always think of Priscilla, Queen of the Desert. So there's that.
Better comparison. How did I not see that? Man, I must have been pre-gaming with you a little too hard. How did I not see that? That's so I'm telling you, the word vomit. I make things not awkward. I fill silences, but I word vomit so badly. Like I'm like, I promise, I love everyone. I don't mean to offend anyone.
I mean, to be fair, the Priscilla in the chat, like her screen name is not Priscilla. It is her YouTube name. But like, I know her name is Priscilla because we met at BookNet Fest, which again, you need to come to. Also, Maddie, if you're still here, you need to come to BookNet Fest again. We've already been talking about this. We all need to hang out.
Were.
Happening. Just book your tickets now.
I'm very, very, like, I don't know, I'm being just like a little kid about it, but I'm like, oh my gosh, I like am into this like prom thing. I'm like, what am I gonna wear? I'm so excited.
Yeah, like I have a couple of dresses that like I don't wear dresses very often, mostly because I'm lazy and like I would have to wear tights because my thighs rub together and it hurts and all of that crap. But like I have some dresses. I do clean up kind of nicely when I want to. So like I just need
You always look good, don't even.
yeah. I just need an excuse to do it, and this would be an excellent excuse to do it. So
I know. I don't know. Have they like have they announced everything yet? They might be waiting until like after BookCon type thing too, you know?
yeah, like the panels themselves have not been announced, and like I only know that they're definitely thinking about this prom because literally everyone was like, "Booktube prom should be a thing." When that
Yeah.
and then literally yesterday they were having a meeting about like how do we make this happen because everyone wants it. So like, yes, please. And like, even if they didn't, we could all just decide to hang out in the lobby of the hotel in pretty dresses. Like, the lobby is pretty open and there's a bar. So like, it could happen even if they didn't decide to make it an official thing. So it's fine.
Is it in Orlando? Is it very, very close to like, you know, what is it called? I can't even think of what it's called right now. But
I know what you're talking about.
Universal.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, it's pretty close to there. It's at the Caribe Royale is the hotel name, or Caribe Royale. It's a pretty nice hotel. It's got 4 towers. There's a huge pool in the middle of the towers. There's villas. The lobby area is really nice. There's bar areas. Yeah, it's 5 minutes from the park because Madeline is smarter than me and knows these things. Yeah.
Madeline's a world traveler. She has enhanced abilities in this. Yeah, growing up, my family had a timeshare on Cocoa Beach. So we would, every summer, we would go and we would, you know, just go to Kissimmee or whatever and go to Disney and stuff like that growing up. I remember it was always a drive though. Like I was always like, oh, I don't want to do it. But then it's like, oh, you get to go to Disney, you know. But I haven't been there in I haven't been to Florida in a really long time.
Yeah, I've only been a couple of times, but the couple of times were last year. So, like, I went in March to visit my friends Paige and Sarah, who run a channel called The Princess and the Scrivener, which has blown up because we're baby YouTubers together on the Women Creators on YouTube page, and like now they have like 33,000 subscribers, and I'm like, I'm so happy for you. So like,
yeah, that's cool. It's really cool. I have to check them out. I've never seen before.
Oh, they're so great. They do videos about Disney and intersectional feminism, pop culture critique, and more. And yeah, they're lovely. And I'm in a few of the videos, so they're great. But like, yeah, they're lovely human beings. So I got to hang out with them, and then I went back again for. Actually, I've been 3 times, I guess. No, it was 2. So I went to that, but part of that trip was also like a queer Disney trip. So we met up with a bunch of queer YouTubers and went to Disney together. Which is amazing. And I was so sad I couldn't go again this year because I just had that trip again. And I was like, why don't I have money? And then BookNet Fest in September. So like I got to see Paige again because she also came to BookNet Fest. So yay.
Yeah, Disney World is so much better than Disneyland. Like people that are like, they're just different. I'm like, no, they're not.
So much bigger.
Yeah.
Honestly. Because I've been to both parks because going to VidCon, I went to Disneyland because you would. It's right there, especially if it's for your first time in California. So like, yes, I've been to both. Disney World, way bigger, way more interesting if you're going with friends who know all of the things. Because like, obviously, these people have lived in Florida their entire lives. Sort of. Paige moved there when she was 6. So like, they know all of the things and they're just showing you around. You're like, this is fine. Excellent. Okay. I have my own tour guides. I love it.
Yeah, no, it's way better. And even like I don't know. California Adventure isn't even that cool either. Like, I don't know. I think that people just like nostalgic, feel like that.
Yeah.
Or maybe it's me. Maybe it's me growing up, always going to Florida every summer, going to Disney World. But I'm just like, I sub to these people and then I'll unsub eventually. But like, I'll go on tangents where I get on kicks where I like Disney YouTubes, where it's like people just like go to Disney and like live their best lives at Disney and have like season passes and stuff like that. My dad has gone to Disney Japan a lot, and it looks pretty bad. Yeah, it looks pretty badass.
That would be fun. Like, that's one of those things where, like, I won't plan a trip specifically to do it, but if I was there, might as well type of deal.
Yeah.
Yeah. It would be very cool. There was, like, a chat probably a couple of years ago where people were like, let's try to meet up at Disney Paris in 20-something, probably 2020. And I haven't heard anything about it for years, so I'm sure it's not happening or I'm not included. One of those two things. So, like, that would also be cool, but I don't know anything about it, so it's fine.
Hello. What was I gonna say? Yeah, I want to go to Europe. Like I said, I've only been Canada, Mexico, Philippines. Like that's it. And like I would like, and I haven't been to the Philippines in a long time as well. So I'm like, I don't know. I just want to travel more, definitely.
I mean, if you need a tour guide through Scotland or Ireland, I mean, I would be less of a tour guide in Ireland. I could only be like, I know these places. Let's go to the George in Dublin because it's the best gay bar there.
We're having deja vu. I'm like, this is all I want. Gay bars and
exactly. It's fine. Yeah, it was great. That meetup in Dublin was just like, my friends was like, let's go to a bookstore. I was like, I know exactly where to take you. I want to go to a gay club. Okay, I'll take you there. It was so I was like, I know the two places you guys want. It's fine.
Where are you going in Europe? See, I need to just like jump in people's suitcases. Yeah, Madeline is like my world traveler. I'm like, Madeline.
I want to travel all the places. Been in Canada, yes. Oh, Sajid, you've been to Winnipeg. I'm so sorry that's all of the Canada you've been to. I know you have family there, and it's great, but sweetheart, there's so much better. Oh, you're going to Europe this year. Okay, good, excellent. Excited for you. I need to ask so many questions, Sajid, because you've been away for a while. So I'm just like, are you going for your practicum? Are you going for a trip? Like, I have questions. So, never left Canada. Well, you have time, friend. You can do the thing. Do it.
Yeah. I've been to other parts of Canada, but like the only like times I really, really, truly went as an adult was in Windsor. But I've been to Windsor a lot.
Oh, you're doing a whole backpacking tour, is what it looks like.
That's gonna be awesome.
I'm gonna go to all the places. Oh my goodness. Yes, all the places. I've been to only 2 of those locations on your list. I'm like, I want to go to all of the other ones. So why am I not going with you? I don't understand life right now.
And like, not to bring up League of Legends every second, but I'm like, I would want to go to all the esports arenas too, because like they're like all over in Europe too.
Oh my goodness, everywhere.
Yeah, you're gonna have
Ottawa. There's another A in there. It's weird vowels. It's fine. Yeah, I want to go everywhere too, friend. I just really need to go to all the places. I'm kicking my computer. It's fine. I'm sorry I made fun of your Winnipeg connection, but like if that was the only place you'd ever been to, I'm so sorry.
I know, I need to. Well, now I'm too far away, but yeah, like I grew up in Flint, which is kind of close to Detroit, and then we would just take the tunnel and like we would just go to Windsor which now that I think about it is like more of an adult. I'm like, that's fucking scary. That underwater tunnel, like I was risking it all. You can see the water on the walls and stuff. I'm like, this is chill. This is fine.
It's fine. What could possibly happen?
Yeah.
Yeah, more Caribbean countries. Yeah, that's fair.
But I am going to Hawaii in a couple of weeks.
I am so jealous, mostly because like I need the sunshine to live, and you're going to where the sunshine is. Which
I know. I'm excited.
Terrible. It's just been terrible the last couple of days. So I'm like, give me my vitamin D.
It's always sunny here for the most part. So I'm like, but it'll be fun. It'll be different. I've never been before, so I'm excited. We're gonna go to a lot of different islands. And like my parents had planned like a bunch of excursions and like propelling down waterfalls and stuff. I'm like, give me that good vlog footage. No, I'm just kidding.
If it happens, it happens.
Everyone's like, you should do a reading vlog for each island. I'm like, oh my god, I'm gonna probably read like one word the whole time I'm there. But
Yeah,
we'll see.
exactly. Especially on a trip like that. Like when I go on trips, I read significantly less. Even though I still try to make time for reading, I read significantly less. So
Yeah.
yeah, I would love to go to Hawaii. Actually, I could probably get my mom to take me in a couple of years because I don't know how this happened. Probably because we were drinking, because that's what we do. But before I turned 30, it's probably like halfway through being 29, I was drinking with my parents, as you do, and somehow got my mom to like book us a trip to Mexico for 2 weeks together for my 30th. So I feel like every 5 years she will take me somewhere cool. So maybe I could do Hawaii in a couple of years. That would be great.
Where'd you go in Mexico? I feel like I go to Mexico a lot.
I think we were in Puerto Vallarta.
I love Puerto Vallarta so much.
Yeah.
They have the best pizzas out of anywhere I've been in Mexico.
It was a beautiful location. Like the hotel we were staying in was very nice. It was right on the beach. Like everything was nice. We tried to do some excursions and wander around town, that type of thing. But I feel like my mom has this like pact with my dad. My dad doesn't really like traveling, which is weird because being in the military, that's half of your life and that's what you do. But like she makes him travel for like every 5-year anniversary type of thing. And then sometimes they do outside of that as well. So like they had already been to Mexico and then she took me to Mexico type of thing. And it feels like almost every year now they're traveling, which I can respect because yes. So yeah, I feel like I could probably get her to take me every 5 years. So
I feel like my family likes to go on cruises a lot, and they always go to Ensenada, Puerto Vallarta, and Cabo. So I feel like those are the places that I always go to every time they want to take, as long as it what do you call it? When the boat leaves, I forget when the boat leaves. If it's from LA or Long Beach, I feel like we always go to all those stops in Mexico.
Nice. Yeah, I haven't done a cruise yet. Would love to do a cruise because
this is the thing. Cruises get bad reps. And I agree. I would rather go on vacation than a cruise. But like cruises are nice. Like we always get like nicer rooms with balconies and stuff like that. Like maybe it is bad if you like get seasick and you're down deep or whatever in the ship. But I really do like them. I mean, the food's a little questionable sometimes. Like, because I just don't like buffet things because I get very nervous and anxious and stuff like that. But I like cruises. Like, I feel like they get a bad rep, but I like them. My grandparents did an Alaskan cruise for their 50th anniversary.
Nice.
I did not go.
Did you ever see the TV show Breaker High when you were younger?
No.
Ever since Breaker High, I've wanted to live on a boat and travel the world, and I don't understand how my life is not that right now or ever. So there's that. Also, like, can we talk about baby Ryan Gosling on that show? Because I've had a crush since then.
I'm a fan of that now, so maybe.
Yeah.
My uncle, the one that lives in if anyone finds this video, they're gonna like find out so much more about me than anything I put on the channel or on Goodreads. But my uncle, my family that lives in Everett by Seattle, he works for Bayliner. So we always take like boats out that have like, like the full like cabins and kitchens.
Yeah.
And I would like that life. Even Dexter, like he lived on a houseboat. I'm like, I could do that. Yeah. But I never do that. So I don't know.
Yeah. I could definitely do that. I can make any space work, apparently, because again, actually sweet. And I've lived here for like 5.5 years, and he's lived here for like 3. So like clearly can make it work.
Yeah, I always tell that to Leah. She lives in Germany. She just graduated. I don't know what the equivalent is, but like a performing arts thing. Okay. And like she's going on like auditions and stuff for different things. I'm like, you should do cruise ship things. And then I would do that if I was her and like travel the world that way. I think that'd be badass.
Yeah, if I sang better than I do, like I'm not bad, but I'm not great, or played an instrument, I would definitely try to work on cruise ships. Like,
yeah. So I don't know. Literally, me on whenever you go on cruise ships through Norwegian, they'll like say where you're from. So literally, it's like me with every Filipino person, like hello. And they'll be like, "Who's this white bitch?"
Like, let me tell you about that. Actually, no.
Picture my dad up for you, please. Notice me,
Yeah.
But yeah, no, that's like, I have a lot of friends. Well, they're not really my friends. They're like my roommate with the boy, her friends, because she's really into dance and stuff. And yeah, they do cruise ship stuff. That's badass.
You definitely froze for whatever you just said. So I was like, oh, she's coming back. Oh, she's back. So what did you just say? I didn't hear any of it.
Well, now it's not as good. I was being, I was saying, my roommate with the boyfriend that always sneezes and coughs all the time. She's really into dance. She's really into dance, and her, a lot of her friends do the cruise ship thing.
Cool, that's fantastic. Yeah, I would, if I had more talent, I'd be up there. Because like I have such a theater background, so obviously I totally could. But like, it depends on what the gig is, really. Like if the gig is like telling you about the cool ship, cool things around like wherever, I can do that. Obviously, I've been a tour guide in 2 different countries, 2 different continents, and 3 different cities. So like, I can memorize a script and tell you about things. Can do.
That's very impressive. Very impressive.
I just like learning things and then telling people about them. Like it's just so much fun. So
I feel like my friends that have history degrees always get a minor in what do you call it?
public.
Oh my god. Yeah, like to do stuff like that with like museums and things like that, you know?
Curating or something. Yeah.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Like hospitality. Is that what it's called? I think that's what it's called.
That could definitely be it. It's a smart move because tour guiding is one of my first tour guiding gig. Like I probably only told you, I don't know. At this point, I'm like, what did we talk about before we started recording? What do we know? Anyways, my first gig
how many beers ago was it?
Yeah, exactly. Maybe I should ask for another alcohol. It's fine. My first tour guiding gig was in Edinburgh, Scotland, and that was a year-long gig. And I worked for tips. So, like, if you weren't good, you quit pretty early. But I was good, so it was fine. And like that city is magical. Like the bulk of the tours were like 4-hour tour of the city, and then like you also did ghost tours and pub crawls in the nighttime type of thing. And I learned so much about the city and the history of it and everything like that. So when I moved back to Canada and then suddenly couldn't get a job anywhere because I didn't have a degree because I ran away to Europe instead of getting a theater degree. I did tourism and hospitality, and my second tourism job was actually working as a cave guide. So I used to take people through caves. And from my understanding in the States, there's very like commercial caves where they've put in lighting and stuff. I'm like, no, you wear a helmet with a light on it. And it's fucking pitch black in there if you turn off your lights. And you just kind of go around looking at the stalactites, stalagmites, all the speleothems, all that type of thing.
Oh my word. And you could say the word dank.
Yes, you definitely couldn't say the word dank, and people wouldn't think it's like an internet meme thing.
That's wild, though. That's really wild, but that's cool. I feel like you like definitely like I get that you want to travel more, but I'm like you explored, you've done some shit.
Oh yeah, I've definitely been to some places, but there's so many more I want to travel to. I just lack the dollars to do it. Is the problem. So
we gotta start getting that YouTube money. We gotta do something.
Yeah, my channel's not monetized, and it can't be because I don't have enough views. So
that makes me sad. I wonder. I don't like I said. I haven't started. I wasn't on booktube prior to it.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, my thing like before. I'll tell you exactly when I monetized my channel back when like anybody could. So my 50th video, which makes me laugh so hard because at this point I'm over 500 videos in a very short amount of time. But my 50th video, I decided to make like a compilation of my previous videos and do like a blooper reel. And one of the things I noticed when I started out doing YouTube is, I don't know if it was just the way I was trying to speak on camera or whatever, but I burped a lot while I was trying to speak. So like I cut out a lot of the burping because I thought it was hilarious and like put it into this blooper reel, which ended up being called Burp Blooper Reel. I didn't know at the time that there is a paraphilia for burping.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah.
So my most viewed video on this channel is my blooper reel. It has almost 10,000 views because people that want to jack off to me burping watch it and then occasionally leave comments that I would rather not read. So that's where, if we're honest, like 1/6 of the views on my channel come from is that video. that has nothing to do with books.
That is wild. Me and Natasha from my Reading is Loud, we talk about shit like this a lot because she has been on YouTube for a really long time. Like, even though she
did
hasn't
the
done
beauty
books.
channel before she,
And like, she always will talk to me about stuff like that and like the hits that she got before even the beauty channel and stuff like that. And just like the things people, you know, will click on that you get more views and stuff. And it's wild. It's really wild. I feel like there's so much like niche things too. Like, again, like I'm coming at this from such a privileged perspective and such a new perspective, but like besides my first video, the video that has the biggest for me is that ranking the Shadowhunter books. And I think it's because like those aren't book, like they're book people, but it's people that are obsessed with the TV show and they're like, let me see what she's got to say. And like all of them on there have like Shadowhunter like character pictures, you know, and they're like writing on it like that. Oh my God, thank you so much. I got this from Buckle, but it has patches on it I don't like, and I'm gonna try to like what's the thing called? Like a seam ripper. I'm gonna try to get them out.
Yeah.
And we'll see. But you might see this up at the BookCon or the BA vlog.
I used to sew as a child. Here's another fun fact about me. So yeah, stitch ripping, it's a big part of my life in my childhood because I would make mistakes and then have to fucking fix them with a stitch ripper. So yes.
But yeah, I feel like it's just like BookTube is like obviously do the same stuff because like people that bitch about that, it's like I like watching TBRs, I like watching wrap-ups, I like seeing that shit. So it's like I know that like has an audience because I like it. But yeah, I feel like people just got to do like random shit. And like I said, like that's my second most watched besides my first one that I boosted on Goodreads where I have a big following and stuff.
Yeah.
So like, of course people are going to see that. Where like, I don't boost the rest of my videos on Goodreads, you know?
Yeah.
But if I can do anything in my power, I'm going to make sure this channel will be making some money come 2019 throughout. So
I appreciate that. I am also, because I'm, again, Canadian, I'm weirded out by the whole, like, paying taxes on foreign income thing. Yeah. So, like, I don't know if I ever made any AdSense. I'm sure I made, like, pennies of AdSense before everything was demonetized. But, like, I also was never, like, super interested in, like, claiming those pennies because I was like, how do taxes work? I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know. I do my own taxes, so it's a problem.
No, I feel you. I think I'll maybe have to deal with that in the following year, but this year I don't like. You know, it's I don't know if it's like that for Canadians or not, but obviously like April for us.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, like right now on my BookTube, like I see everyone talking about fucking After by Anna Todd, and you can tell it's like that's what people are watching and getting the clicks right now. Like every single person's like, let me tell you my spicy thoughts on After by Anna. And it's like, okay, we've heard the same thing like over and over. Like y'all need to just fucking stop. But like,
yeah, I've seen like the same video talking about I just read After by Anna Todd like 1,000 times. Like I don't even know what that is. So why is this video here? But
right,
like, YouTube is weird, so I don't question the things that are put in the feed.
But yeah, it's like it's just so wild to me. Like that, those are getting more hits than the people, you know. And like I said, my Shadowhunter one, like it's so weird the shit people click on is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, and
it's so weird.
It's super weird. Like occasionally, I'll try to make videos that I think like people other than the people that know who I am might click on. Like I recently made a "Is It Worth the Hype" video about the Princess and the Fangirl, and I thought that I might get more clicks on it because the only other time I've used "Worth the Hype" in a video link was about Leo on the Offbeat, and it's like my third most viewed video. But like nobody clicked on my video about Princess and the Fangirl. Not nobody, but like nobody outside of my regular people that would have anyway, type of thing. So I'm like, I don't know how to game this system. I don't care. I just want people to talk to me about books.
Okay, so this is me just asking about sexualities in every book. Did you think The Princess and the Fangirl had ace rep? Did you think it was good ace rep?
Oh, give me a second to think about this because it was like a month and a half when I read it. So that's like 70 books ago.
I saw it because Ace Spec April, and there's another one too, Arrow April. There was like two Ace Spectrum readathons going on this month. And I saw it on my friend's list, and I was like, oh, that had Ace Rep in it? I had no idea. And then I asked my friend about it, and they were like, there's like a scene, but it's so brief, I wouldn't even consider it. But I was just curious what you thought of it.
I would have to rethink, because like I said, it's been a little while since I read it, so I'd have to think about it. But if it was there, it was super brief. Like, it was probably mentioned. I would not be surprised that it was mentioned, because just like the amount of rep that is mentioned in those books is pretty damn good.
Yeah,
but like,
she's a gift. I like her a lot.
Oh, I love her so much. But like, no, like, unless something is a main character, I don't consider it rep.
Yeah, and it's not on page either, because I asked her, I was like, well, is it on page? And then she was like, no, it's like a mention. And I was like, but I was just curious.
Yeah, like,
you're bringing up all the books. I'm curious.
Time, but like, I honestly can't remember if it happened. I'm sure it did, but yeah. Unless it's a main character or like the secondary character, I don't consider it rep, which is weird, because I have it's not weird, but like, I have a spreadsheet and I try to like keep track of if there was any diversity. And like, a lot of it ends up being none, where some other people might be like, well, actually, this one character you saw for like a scene had this, so you could say there was this rep. And I'm just like, no, friend, like, if it's not a main character, no.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's like, it exists, it could have existed, but not a big enough part of the story to be like, yes, definitely this if you want Ace rep. It's like, it might have been there, I don't remember.
No. Just like, I was just curious, but I totally agree with you. Those are like my favorite videos on BookTube, or when people do their statistics at the end of the year. Those are my favorite videos on the BookTube. I like those way more than the best and the worst lists and everything.
Yeah, I definitely enjoyed doing my best and worst list last year. And then like, I was gonna do a statistics wrap up, and then I was like, whatever, I do the statistics every month, and I don't feel like everybody watches all the way through my videos, because like the first like 3 minutes is just like graphs. So I'm like, I scare everybody off with my nerdiness. It's fine.
That's how I feel. I did mine for 2018, and that's exactly how I felt. I was like, look at this picture for 5 years. I feel, what was I gonna say? I forgot. But that's what I was gonna say. Books and Lala. She said how, and this like I think really resonated with me too. And this is how I feel about you, so that's why I'm gonna say it. It's kind of like, if you like the person, like BookTube is taken a turn in a way where it's like the people. And it's like, if you like the people, you'll sit through like an hour-long video, you'll sit through a 2-minute video, and that's me. Like, I don't give a fuck about Survivor. I don't care about Survivor at all. And every time I'm like, is she happy? Like, what happened this week? Is is it the current one or the past one that she's and like, and I think that like is a very big thing,
Yeah, it definitely depends. And like, it's so weird to me too, because like, I originally put in the like watch and listen to, because I used to listen to podcasts. So like, that's what I would be talking about. Whereas now it's actually books. And then I put those in because I was really scared there was going to be a week where like I didn't actually finish a book, and then I would have nothing to talk about. Whereas now it's like 4 books, 2 listening to books, and then like I watch Survivor because I do every week type of thing. So like, I still put it in there, but it's like the briefest mention of like, I watched some Survivor and I can't remember what happened because I'm trash. And if there's 2 seasons happening at the same time, I don't know what's going on. It's fine. So, yeah.
Yeah, I feel like that with the Buffy thing that I'm doing right now, because like the first season of Buffy was like 12 episodes. So I'm like, I can keep these in check. And now, like, literally, I've just got like 102 post-its. I'm trying to take notes. I'm like, I have no idea what the hell's going on. And like, I don't know. It's definitely a situation. Like, reviewing TV shows and stuff is way different than reviewing books.
Yeah, there's so much. There's like there's like so many different arcs, and you have to pay attention very closely to every. Yeah, it's very different. I agree. I really, really love Buffy. I would love to do a rewatch. Unfortunately, well, Netflix Canada doesn't have it anymore, which is the only reason I'm not following along for the Slayathon.
Yeah, I never had Hulu until for this. I did like their free trial or whatever, but yeah, and now I'm like, I'm all caught up on Brooklyn Nine-Nine too. I'm like, I'm gonna get the most out of this, but it's good. It's still good. It's dated, but it's good.
Yeah, it's definitely dated. I would love to watch it again. I watched it. So the first time I watched Buffy properly was while I was living in Ireland, which was fine because my roommate worked at like a Virgin Megastore, so she got all the seasons for really, really cheap. The problem with watching that show when you live in Ireland is whenever there's a flashback season and David Boreanaz tries to be Irish. So bad.
Yeah.
It is like stab yourself in the face bad. It's real bad. It's so bad. Yes, Netflix Canada does have Drag Race. It's usually at least a season or two behind. So I'm currently watching season 10. I have no idea what season's happening now, but I'm watching season 10. So there's that. Looking at the comments and looking at Madeline because I love her. Oh, Buffy friends. Yeah, I should do another rewatch. I could just get it from the library. The library has it. It's just the problem is with the library, they lend it out disc by disc. So if somebody has like the third disc in the second season, you just have to fucking wait until they don't anymore. And
oh my god, that's awful. That is awful.
I just want
Holy
the entire
shit.
season of whatever I'm watching, but that's not how it works. Also, my computer doesn't have a disk drive, so like I would have to either A, steal roommate's computer, or B, steal roommate's PlayStation to watch whatever disc related thing I'm getting out of the library. So there's that. I mean, he would let me, but I feel like a jerk asking. So overly polite Canadian. Okay,
Yeah.
far behind. Good, excellent.
Okay. Season 1 was last month, but the live show's on Heather's channel if you want to see it. And then season 2 is this month, and we're definitely gonna do it before I go to Hawaii. I leave for Hawaii on the 26th.
Okay.
So, but I have only watched the first 8 episodes though, so I have to get to watching. But Fantasy-a-thon, I've just been trying to read so much, but.
Yeah, I mean, it is definitely a good time. Like, obviously, it's going to be dated, whatever, but like, it's also a very good time. So,
yeah, watching that whole show, I'm like, this was my gay awakening. With Cordelia, I'm like, and David Boreanaz, I'm like, wow.
Yes. I mean, I remember when I thought he was written out of bones in like the 3rd season. I was like, nobody will watch this show anymore if you kill off that character. Like, I don't understand. So.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's been so long that like I haven't seen them in 10 years. Where like all the other hosts, they've all like they watch it a lot. So I feel like I'm living like the experience where I'm like, oh, I had no idea the season was gonna end like that. And I'm like, I did it. You know, I'm like,
I don't know. Like 2008. So yeah, it's been a while. With the exception of like Once More with Feeling, I've definitely watched that a few times.
That's what I'm always like. I'm like, I remember certain episodes, like Buffy's mom. I remember that episode, and then I remember the musical stuff like that. But I'm like, yeah. But it is weird, but it's fun. It's fun. You should do it, even if you don't watch it. Just like we talk about it. It's weird to see everyone's perspective too, because Heather is such a hardcore Angel Buffy shipper, and then Lainey is such a hardcore Spike and Buffy shipper. Yeah, and then the rest of us are just like, you know. And Spence is always funny. Spence has such a good personality for live shows.
Wonderful human. I just like him as a human. I would watch anything he's in because he's a great human.
Oh yeah. Did you see his new little opening thing that he did when he came back to BookTube? Like, he took like a month off. It's not like come back. If you have not seen that opening yet, it's going to make you feel bad as a booktuber. Because when I saw it, I was like, this is the best thing that BookTube has ever produced.
Oh, god damn it. Okay. No, I haven't seen it yet because I'm behind, but I will see it and then I will.
You just wait. He did a whole song rendition and he did it all himself. It is so good. It's the best thing BookTube has ever produced. True.
Okay. Yeah, all right. It's Drag Race related. Okay, I need to see this. Okay, why haven't I seen it yet? Oh my goodness. Oh yes, Hush is also a very good episode cameo. Oh my goodness, Hush is really great. Tabula Rasa, Once More with Feeling. Like, there are so many great episodes.
Look at you. You're like, oh, it's been 10 years for me too. Let me list you all the fucking titles of the show.
I mean, like, those are the 3 I can tell you. So like,
meanwhile, I'm like, Buffy's mom.
It's so good. Also, just like seeing James Marsters in anything else, I just can't, because either that man should be pretending to be British or singing, or both. If he's none of those things, I'm uninterested because I don't understand how his accent is actually American. I just no. No.
Well, not to extra sell you, but the Dark Artifices, he narrates the last two.
Okay. Yeah, I'm there. Yeah.
And there's naughty scenes, so I'm like, I can't even imagine how I would feel hearing that. Like, that could get me into audiobooks. I'm gonna tell you what.
So again, going back to the Comic-Con that was in my town last year, the one I couldn't go to, he was at it. And my friend Morgan, who is just like a guy about town that does cool stuff, he was moderating a panel with him, but had never seen Buffy before. So like my friend Morgan was just like, friend, we need to watch Buffy. You know what to talk about. Like, what even? Yeah, like I'm the kind of nerd that knows that James Marsters used to be in a band called Ghost of a Robot, and I could tell probably a couple of songs from the one album they did, which I could never get my hands on because it didn't exist by the time I knew he was in a band, and he has at least a couple of solo albums, and I have them somewhere. I don't know. Like, I don't have anything that plays CDs, and I'm, again, not a huge audiophile, so, like, they're probably in my house somewhere, but I don't know where they are because I haven't touched them in 10 years. But, like, good songs, love them, love his voice. Again, he needs to be singing British or both. But when he's like, I'm a friend of Xander's, which is an actual line he says in the show at some point, and it's his real voice, I'm just like, friend, no. Why? I don't understand.
Well, like it's you would be so good at it because you remember so much. Like even me, like going into season 2, I literally was like, "Oh, I'm so excited for this." I remember Drusilla was like the baddest bitch around, and I'm watching this. I'm like, she is the dumbest bitch around. I'm like, Melanie, what was little kid Melanie like thinking? Like, oh my god, that's so badass.
I love that he has a twin, and his twin played the other Xander in that one episode. That makes
I didn't know this. Do you see? I'm ashamed. I'm like a sham. Why did they invite me for this life-on? Look at me. I'm like, oh my god.
That's why, sweetie. Like, you're fantastic, and these are the reasons. And then you get to be the person that like learns all the things that all the other people know. Like, it's fine.
This is so cool. Like seriously, like you and Lainey would have so much. Because she's obsessed with him too, so you two would get along so well. I think she goes to BookNet Fest. We'll have to like have a group where we like get coffee or something if we go.
Yeah, no,
oh
we
just
hang out. Yes. Please come to BookNet Fest. Like I said, we have space for you in our rooms, so do it. Jocelyn will be there again. Extra like push for you to come. She'll be in one of those rooms.
I'm very excited. Like I said, I should be able to tell after the new because like I'm going to Hawaii for like almost 3 weeks, not exactly, and then I work for 2 weeks, and then I go to New York for a week. And then I come home and work for a week, and then I go to LA to meet Taylor Jenkins Reid and Casey McQuiston and Pride with Madeline. So like it's gonna be a little bit of a ride, but then after that, hopefully I have money again. We'll see. So
how I feel about it is like Orlando is a fairly cheap destination to fly into. At least that's what my understanding of it is. BookNet Fest itself is like $20. So like, come on.
That's really good. Yeah.
And like I said, we have space for you in one of our hotel rooms. Like we've got 2 villas, and they sleep like a gajillion people very comfortably. So like, come hang out with us, please.
I'm excited. I just don't want to say 100% just in case, but I'm like, I think I can.
Yeah, let me know when you know for sure, because yes.
I know. I'm gonna try to swing it with work. We'll see. But yeah, there's a Decanter Book Festival like right before it. And I'm like, that would be badass if I could go to that with Madeline, and then I could go to BookNet Fest. But we'll see. I don't want to get fired. We'll see. But
don't get fired on my account. Like, please come if you can. I understand if you can't. Yes, Madeline's like, yes, Decanter Book Fest, come. So yes,
I want to make a joke so bad right now about Jeff Zettner, but I'm just not gonna do it. I'm like, Melanie, you're not completely sober. Don't make a joke about it.
That's the best time to make jokes. The devil on your shoulder in the shape of me.
I'm really salty that we didn't go, me and you, to ALA in Seattle when Chelsea and all that. I wish we would have done it. Now that I know you were just a ferry ride in, like I wish we would have.
I didn't know it was a thing, so
I thought it was librarians only, is what I thought.
Yeah, that's also what I would have assumed based on what it is. And I was literally in Seattle the weekend before for either PodCon or I think it was PodCon that time. So like I maybe couldn't have swung 2 trips in a weekend in 2 weeks type of thing, but I probably could have. Let's be honest. Like if I knew about it ahead of time, I definitely would have gone. So I just need to know about these things ahead of time, and then I would go to them. Also, my friend Peter was there because he recently got his master's in library sciences and has an amazing booktube channel. Well, not booktube channel, but like a YouTube channel called Stacks and Facts, and it's about library sciences.
Oh, that's cool. Oh, I've seen you edit with him. No?
He's not my editing friend. He lives in Vancouver. We've done a couple of videos together, but like very informally. He has a library sciences channel, and he's amazing. And he recently just got a job, so like his channel will change a little bit, but like he does some really cool library stuff, and it's always very exciting. He actually did a whole video about like library sciences and Buffy, so required viewing for you. It's so
Oh my word. Okay, is this the one that gave you the tripod or not?
Gave me the tripod is my friend Danielle, who is from Seattle. So all very close. But he and I actually met because he is also a nerd fighter, and he also made a video for the project Road to Nerdviteria, which was like all these nerd fighters just telling like how they found out about Nerdviteria. So like he made a video, I made a video, and I was like, oh friend, you're really close to me. So the next time I was in Vancouver, we just like met up, and he showed me around the College of UBC campus, and there's like 12 libraries on that campus, and we went to like a solid at least 4 of them, and it was good times.
That's
so
awesome. That's super awesome.
He is Stacks ampersand Facts. I can't type apparently, but I'm putting it in the chat. There we go. Yeah. He's a wonderful human being. So yeah, he's also, again, with like friends that just want to be like the coolest friend you have type of thing. He was in the US Navy. He's originally from California, and he was up in Vancouver doing his Master's of Information and Library Sciences, and he just recently completed it, and now he's working for, I think, the ministry probably. Anyway.
That's
but
badass. That's really badass.
Yeah, he's very cool. He makes some interesting stuff. He also used to have a channel called Go Verb and Noun was the channel name, and he would interview educators on YouTube about their channels, which was also a friggin' trip to watch. It was very cool. So
it's you have a ton of YouTube friends, and that's really like, I mean, obviously it's like I've made a lot of booktube friends because I'm in the book community reviewing books, but you have a lot of YouTube friends. I love you, Madeline. Good night.
Ellen. I started out as just like a general YouTuber. Like when I started out, I didn't really know what I wanted to do. I just knew I wanted to make videos type of thing. And I didn't start actually like solidly being a booktuber until like the 1st of January 2017, which is when I started doing wrap-ups and mostly book related content. So like if you look at my channel, I think there's like 520 videos, but like 320 of them are books. So like before that, I was doing like whatever I wanted, really. It's completely random stuff, either just talking about topics I found interesting, or doing tag videos, or doing videos in the style of other creators, just to like get a feel for like what kind of videos I wanted to make and what I wanted to be talking about.
So how did you find booktube, and who was the first booktuber you ever watched?
I want to say it was Ariel Bissett, just because I remember doing one of her tags super early in doing booktube stuff. But I possibly could have seen other people as well. I also remember watching Sana's channel. What is her? It's got quills in it.
Oh, I know, because she plays video games. That's how I know who she is.
Okay, yeah, there you go. I know her video games. Yeah, no, there's a bunch. Also, Jen Campbell, I've been watching for years.
Oh, I love Jen. I love Jen.
She's amazing. I really like her short story collection and her poetry. I found out actually while I was reading like one of her poetry chat books, like she subscribed to my channel and it showed up in my inbox type of thing. And then I was like, I don't know if I can talk about somebody that follows my channel. So like I just never finished reading it, which was silly. I have since finished reading, like obviously read her short story collection and reviewed it since then. And that actually, funny story about that. Another fun story about me. So you probably have this in Vegas. If there's anywhere in the world that has it, it's probably Vegas. Have you ever heard of the event Naked Girls Reading?
I have not, but I'm interested.
So it's literally
a couple of my favorite keywords.
Yeah, exactly. So it's literally girls go on stage, they're naked, and they read you a story.
Oh my god.
I did an
I'm
event.
sure Vegas has it.
Yeah.
I'm sure.
So a year ago, I did an event at Naked Girls Reading where I read naked, and I read two things. One of them was the theme was spring. So I read one of Jen's short stories. I can't remember the name of it right now. I can tell you all about it, but I can't remember the name because it was a very long name of the short story. So I read that, and I read most of an episode of Welcome to Night Vale.
Oh my god.
Because they were both very spring related, and there was like one person in the audience that knew what Welcome to Night Vale was. And when I was reading it,
yeah,
they lost their minds. They were so excited about it, and I was like, yes, I am Cecil Baldwin right now. It is amazing. So it was good times.
That is so cool. That's super cool.
Yeah, because I have the theater background, so like being on stage is nothing to me. It was the naked that was weird to me, but like once you're up there and it's just a thing, it's fine. So I really wish that event still happened so I could continue doing it, because like that's my lazy version of being a burlesquer, because I can't afford the lessons to become a burlesquer. So like just being naked and reading was very nice. But one day I will afford.
I feel like I'd be so scared or nervous, but then once I was doing it, I'd be like, I'm empowered. Like I'm here. Like let me, know. So
yeah, definitely. Like there's a pretty decent sized burlesque scene here in Victoria, and I just wish that I had the money to like take the intro class, because with the intro class you get like an understanding of like how to build costumes so that you can take them off easily, and like the history of the burlesque, and like how to walk in heels and all that type of stuff. But then you also do a showcase at the end, and that's how people like basically break into the scene here. And I just can't afford the like $600 for the class, unfortunately. But I already have like a burlesque Instagram profile. My name is Biblia.
I love that so much. Oh my god, you'd be my fave. I mean, you already are my fave.
Yeah. So like one day I will have the money to actually do that and like come up with proper routines, because I love burlesque and I would love to make my way into it. But
that's so cool. So. Yeah. Well, like I said, we got to make that YouTube paper eventually.
Yeah, exactly.
Live our dreams traveling and you doing burlesque. I always say that I wanted to get into the cosplay scene. That's what I always say. But it's the same thing. It's just like learning how to do it, or just like, it's one of those things too. It's like you have to do it to learn it, and it's just like such a, I don't want to say it's a money sink, but it is an investment, on top of traveling to cons and doing stuff like that. But every time I get home from BlizzCon, I'm like, next year is going to be the year. And then I just don't.
You just need to make it happen. You need to, yeah, that's the thing. Like it's so weird, because if you watch like movies where people break into these types of scenes, it's like because they always find like a performer and they become their protege or whatever. And I'm like, I would figure that. And I have friends who are performers, but like they got day jobs. It's not like in the movies where like that's what they do full time and they can actually make a living. Like they don't have time to teach me their shit. Like that's why there are classes, and that's why somebody charges money for this, because yeah. But yeah, I already have a burlesque name, Biblia File. I
love it so much.
I would definitely want to do like specifically book related burlesque at all times. That's what I would love to do.
I feel like obviously it would be hard because YouTube's YouTube, but I'm like, that is something different that people would fucking go crazy over.
Oh yeah, I would love the crap of it. I have a friend, actually I grew up doing theater with, and she's over in Vancouver, and she's part of a group called the Geekenders, and they do a lot of nerdy burlesque. And I finally got to see one of their shows because they came over and performed at the Comic-Con that we had here, and I was so excited to finally see one of their shows, because I've been following it online for like ages. But like they did, what was the one I saw? Oh, I saw, was it, Love in Alderaan Places. So it was
my god,
Star Wars burlesque. It was so good. Oh my god. I've never seen somebody take off their belt so fast as that Han Solo. Like it was so good. Yeah.
That's really cool though. That's so cool. It's so weird, like the different backgrounds of booktube. You know what I'm saying? Like the different interests and stuff. Because I think like so much we look like a monothought. Like these people just read and like, where it's like, man, no, like we all have such different like experiences and stuff. And I don't know. It's really interesting.
Yeah, because like just because you're a reader doesn't mean you have like 1,000 other things that could be potentially interesting about you. So,
Of course not. But that's really cool. That's super fucking cool. But I think it's also really cool how much, like I said, how many friends you have that do YouTube, not just booktube.
yeah, and have just like different interests. And like I said, I'm just passionate about passionate people. So like even if you have a channel that I don't really understand it, I'll probably watch your stuff if you're passionate about it. So like, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. How did I? Okay, so I've been reviewing on Goodreads for a long time. And
It's been 10 years.
I know, go Lord, this
Goodness.
December. But I, yeah, there was just a girl that I would always read with and stuff. And obviously, the Goodreads community was a lot smaller then and stuff. And her name, she changed her channel name. I think her channel now is Hannah Handwritten, and she like only really updates now during Vlogmas at Christmas time. But she was the very first booktuber I ever watched, and she would just like talk about, 10 years ago, the romance shit and Twilight and everything, But I was like, this is so cool because like back then, like what was like I didn't watch that much YouTube 10 years ago. It was like what is it, like 5 Awesome Girls and stuff like that? Because I was pretty little, So I still like I don't know, but yeah, I found her and I was like, oh my god, I love this. And like I only watched her for like years and years, and then I found Lainey from Ginger Reads Lainey, Sam from Thoughts on Films, like the Wolf Pack, I think they called themselves, and like they're like the first booktubers that I ever watched.
That's so fun.
Aww. And look at me now.
I know, right? Making all of that awesome ass content. Yeah, I was like, I want to watch this. Your latest one where you're tabbing. I was like, I want to watch this, but also I have not read this series, and on the off chance I read it down the line, no spoilers. So like I watched up until like this is how I tab, and then I was like, okay, I understand your system. Can't watch the rest. It's okay.
It's a cool video. I like the video because there's like a time lapse in it where I'm typing on my laptop up the review, and I think like I don't know. I feel like again, like I feel like things that make booktubers more successful is like being different. And I feel like, like I said, like I'm kind of like working my advantage. Like, what do I have? I've been reviewing on Goodreads for so long. Like, let me show you that,
Yeah.
And like the ASMR shit too. Like, I think that was kind of different. Like, I think a lot of people are like into it now, which like warms my damn heart. But yeah, I think that it's like a different. I don't know, and like that's kind of how like I think another reason why me and you connect is because like my channel name is like Meltotheany, which is like the name that I've used online forever in like all video games and everything like that. It's like it's not Meltotheany Rees. You know what I'm saying? And like I am a booktuber and I have a booktube channel, and I will always like I want to harness that. But it's like I also like ASMR. I also like video games. I also like, and so I don't know.
One thing. Yeah.
Yeah. So
occasionally I'll also throw in like not book related things because like it's my channel and I do what the hell I want on it. So like I'll have travel vlogs or I'll have whatever the hell I want. It doesn't have to be book related. It probably will because that's who I am as a human, but like, it's fine.
Yeah. But I'm excited to vlog with you in Florida, hopefully. Oh god, I don't want to get my hopes up, but I'm very excited.
I will tamp down my expectations until you tell me you're actually coming, and then I will freak the fuck out and be very excited about it.
It's going to be great too, because I think when I know, it'll be June. So it'll just be like the best gay gift that I could give you.
Yes.
And myself.
I need my life, so yes.
It'll be fun. It'll be fun.
Yeah, either way, if you don't end up being able to do it, we'll plan something for 2020 where I come and visit you, because now that I've been like having an actual conversation with you about it instead of being like, hey, I booked some tickets to Vegas and I'm showing up on this date. Please let me sleep on your floor.
I'm very excited and nervous to like meet bookish people. Like not you, you're on a different level. Like you, Madeline, Julie, Chelsea, y'all are on different levels. But just like in general, like booktubers, I'm kind of a little like, did you feel like that when you first went to Booknet Fest, or were you always like, it's fine?
I think that I was like, it's fine, but mostly because I'd already been to VidCon quite a few times. So like I'd been at conventions enough to understand that like it's fine. There will be people that I don't know. Yeah, that's my answer to that question.
I feel like I don't know. I think it'll be a lot different. And I feel like for me too, and then this isn't like judging, like obviously like anyone, whatever you put on your channel is what you put on your channel, and I respect that. But like I feel like what I put on my channel is very much who I am. So I'm like, I think it'll be different too if it's like you're expecting something of someone, not in a negative way, in a bad way or in a good way, just like, oh, this person's a lot different than like their booktube persona. You know what I'm saying? I think that'll be like a weird thing as well.
Yeah, I think maybe the weirdest thing about going was just like seeing faces I'd seen before and then just like interacting with them like completely directly. And that wasn't even a weird thing, but like I remember because I was telling you about the villa situation, like the villa that I hung out with like at like every night, where it was my friends the tea hags, Sarah and Rebecca, were just like, if you want to come to our villa, we will feed you all of the wine and there will be people there. And I went basically every night and then like stumbled back to my own room and into my bed type of thing with my quiet humans. And it was weird to me that I was like the most outgoing of a room because that never happens. But like I stumbled in probably the third night and was like, oh, hey, a human that I've been watching on the internet for some time. Let's talk to each other. This is weird. Oh, we're both Canadian. Didn't know that. Okay. And like it was very that was weird. That was the only thing that was really weird. And that's not even weird. That was just like a revelation, I guess.
Yeah.
Like being able to reference, like there was one point where I was like, oh, I was watching this vlog by Natasha. You know oh, you were literally in Natasha's vlog the other day, so you know who Natasha is. Anyway, and then like talking about people that I haven't personally met but feel like I know because I've seen them online for so long with somebody who has physically met them because they're geographically close.
Yeah.
It's weird, if that makes any sense. So
it's definitely weird. And like again, like I have a lot of booktube friendships and stuff, but it's different. It's like when you've been watching them for so long, like me, I'm like, oh, I know Kathy watches Survivor. We're like, you know what I'm saying? It's not like we've ever talked about it before, but it's like, oh, I know that about you, you know? And I think that it makes, I don't know, it's kind of weird.
Yeah, you know all these things about a person, but you haven't like been told them by that person, which is the same thing of like watching any other creator, like especially if it's like a creator that you don't actually have a back and forth with, because like obviously we've talked a bunch, we've done buddy reads, that type of thing, but like if I go to talk to like a bigger creator at VidCon, like they won't know who I am, but I'll be like, oh, I really like this thing you did, or talk about things. Or like the first time I met somebody whose channel I watched on YouTube when I went to VidCon was Mike Regnetta, who had the Idea channel. Is that what it was called? Yeah, Idea channel. It was like a PBS channel, and it was like he would start every episode with an idea. Was the premise of it. It's been gone for a couple of years, but it was a really interesting premise for a channel, and he was a really interesting host. But like the first conversation we ever had was me being like, this is going to seem weird, but it's very strange to have to look up to talk to you, because usually you're on my laptop or my phone and you're at like face height, but you're actually like 6 feet tall and I'm not. So it's very strange to like have to look at you like this. And like we had a whole talk about like meeting people from the internet and they're not the same height as you. And like that was the conversation we had, not about any content he'd ever created, but just like height.
Yeah, I definitely think that it's going to be weird seeing people in New York and hopefully Florida just for that reason too. Because I think a lot of times too, we just like project what we think the person looks like with it. You know what I'm saying? Where I don't know, it'll just be weird.
Yeah, definitely. Because like there are some people that might have like the news anchor thing going on. Like I've got a t-shirt on right now, but do you know if I'm wearing pants? Nobody knows. So like I'm wearing pajama pants because I wanted to be comfy. But like yeah, especially as booktubers, like you have that like upper persona and nobody knows if you're wearing pants or not. So it's fine.
Yeah, I feel like I'm always in pajama pants or sweats when I film. Always. I feel like my first couple videos I was in an outfit and now I'm like, the fuck was I doing? Like, no, never again.
Just want to be comfy, friends. Like nobody can see from like here down.
Yeah, definitely. Bra, questionable. Depends where we cut in here.
I mean, yeah, I have to wear one. They're heavy, so. Although there are clips in my vlog that's coming up where I'm like, whatever, I'm just gonna shoot from like here up. It's fine. Nobody can tell.
That's what I always try. Or I'll have like one of my like big oversized sweatshirts, and I'm like,
yeah, if I'm wearing a sweatshirt, it's fine. Nobody can tell. It's fine. And the thing with my camera is too, like, I don't have a flip out, like, I can't see myself when I'm filming, so I just assume that people can see what I want them to see, so it's fine.
I feel like, because I do have that, but it's on the side,
Mhm.
where I feel like everyone's is on the top, so it's not as obvious, but I'm always like, like looking at
Yeah,
my side camera, where I'm like,
yeah.
stop doing that. People can tell what's wrong with you. But
Stop looking at yourself. Yeah,
yeah.
some people be like, can we just put like a piece of paper over that so I don't stare at it the whole time? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Or even
yeah, it was Yvette the other day was doing like the girlfriend booktube tag or something like that with her girlfriend, and her girlfriend was totally not used to being on camera, so just like, can we get rid of that thing? Because I'm just gonna keep looking at it. Like, what even is this? Yeah, it was really cute.
that makes me happy.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's weird. Booktube is a lot different doing it than watching it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like both aspects of it, though. I really enjoy seeing what people come up with, and also obviously like the staple things. Like I could never understand people that made like monthly TBRs because I'm too much of a mood reader, but also I am like I will do every freaking readathon I can get my hands on type of thing. But like doing
Yeah.
those TBRs, that's for like a week, maybe two if you're lucky type of thing. So it's way easier to do. Yeah.
I feel like I'm cheating when I make TBRs, but I feel like it's really easy because I'm like, what arcs come out in 2 months? And I'm like, these are the books I gotta read,
Yeah.
you know.
What I have to
So,
read. Yeah. What buddy reads do I want to do? And suddenly your TBR is built. Yeah.
yeah. So it's like, yeah, very much like plug and play type thing.
Yeah. I dig it.
But it is weird. But I like those staple videos, and I feel like like that's like a big discussion right now. Is people being like, you're not being unique, not to me, just like in general, like and like but I'm like, man, I feel like those are like pinnacle booktube videos, and I enjoy watching them.
Yeah, like even the books where people are hauling things, like they'll talk about the book a little bit, and I'll be like, oh, that's something I can put on my radar, even if it's not them being like, this is what I thought about it. It's like, oh, it has these aspects. Okay, cool. Like, yeah, I don't
And
understand.
like Thomas from SFF 180, he does a thing called Mailbag Monday. And that's like one of my favorite things on BookTube. Like as a reviewer in the US, holy shit privilege again. I feel like I'm very much like books. I'm like, oh, I'm gonna request that. That sounds good, So it's like I feel like that, and it's like that's a unique thing, But it's like he's hauling books. That's a book haul, Like
Yeah, I also met him at Book Knit Fest. These are the type of people you'll see in Florida if you come to Book Knit Fest.
Thomas has been very kind to me since starting BookTube. He's very sweet.
He is a very wonderful human. Yeah, I like him a lot. There's so many humans that I love, and I'm just like, can we all just hang out in the same place for like, and the biggest thing is because I have a group thread going on Twitter with like a bunch of people from the Villa situation at BookNet Fest, and it feels like BookNet Fest was like a year and a half ago, and we're still waiting for BookNet Fest to happen again. Like by the end of September, we were like, why is it not the next BookNet Fest already? It feels like it's been so long since, because we just keep like getting to know each other and loving each other and that type of thing. So it's just like, why is it not September already? I don't understand. It's so
It'll be here before we know it. But I agree. That's definitely thing. So who was like your favorite person that you met?
Yeah. Who's my favorite? Oh, nope, can't do favorites. I can never pick a favorite.
Who was, I don't know, the most unexpected, amazing person? Like, I feel like there's going to be people I meet in New York where I'm like, oh, I've kind of seen their content before, but and then I'm going to be like, oh my God, this human is like the fucking best in the whole world. How was I not better friends with them? You know what I'm saying? Like,
definitely. Okay, somebody you might meet in New York because I'm pretty sure she's going. Yeah, no, she booked tickets, so she might be going. Her name is Zoe. She's You're a Book Nerd Zoe. She's also Canadian. She's one of the people I met randomly at BookNet Fest. She was the person that was just like randomly there the one night, and I was like, I know your face. Hi, let's be friends. But yeah, she's a big nerd. She's biracial. She's Greek, and I can't remember where her dad's from. But she's black and white. I'm the worst because I don't remember things. But she's lovely. She recently just moved with her husband, so she's creating her library right now, and I'm just so friggin' jealous of all of my booktube friends that are like moving house and now have dedicated libraries. But no, she's an absolutely lovely human being, giant nerd, just like loves all of the things.
I feel like someone was just gushing about her too. I'm like, okay, this is good. New friend.
Yes.
This is good.
Yes. Be friends with Zoe. Zoe is great. Yeah, that was very random. Just like because I just like walked into the room and sat down on the floor because that was all the space that was left. And I looked over, I was like, oh, I already know who you are. Hi. It was very weird.
But that makes me happy. Those are like the experiences. I mean, obviously, I'm looking forward to people like you and Chelsea and Madeline and stuff. But I feel like, yeah, like meeting people that like I didn't expect or something, like that's gonna be a really good feeling.
Oh yeah, and that's definitely the thing too. Like you'll meet so many people that like probably don't have the biggest following in the world, but like you will get on with so well. I met so many people at BookNet Fest that I still follow to this day that I'm just like, I can't remember from before following your channel. Like you've always been a part of my life. So yeah.
That makes me happy. That's what I needed to hear. That's what I needed to hear. And like I know I shouldn't be nervous, but I just feel like I can't like help it, you know, but
yeah, like
and I kind of think too, like I was so thrown into everything so very quickly that I'm like, oh, you know, so
you're like, suddenly I'm an established YouTuber because I have to be because I already have a following, so I know what I'm doing, right? And
no.
It's fine. Fake it till you make it, or just keep faking it forever. One of those things.
Yeah, I'm like, oh my god, I hope people don't realize that I'm kind of not cool, but you know, so far it's worked out okay, I guess. I don't know.
People seem to be fooled. You're fine. I think you're cool. It's okay.
That's all that matters. Truly, that's all that matters.
Mm.
So it is almost 9 o'clock.
Yeah. How did we talk for 4 hours? I'm not entirely sure.
It literally felt like an hour top.
I know. I don't understand. I don't get it at all.
That's the best.
But yeah. So yes, we should probably. Mostly the only reason I'm like, maybe we should cut this off is like so we can both have bathroom breaks. That's really the only reason I'm like, maybe we should stop talking to each other.
I know. And maybe I can get some fantasy-a-thon vlogging done of some sort. Good Lord. I feel like I was doing so well this whole week. And then the weekend, yesterday and today, I'm just like, no. No reading's getting done. Nothing to do. Nothing. League of Legends, nothing. Sorry.
Yeah. You're like, nope, got plans. It's fine. Yeah.
I also think my brain is like already in vacation mode, you know, where I'm like, and I'm very much like, oh, I want to make sure I have videos that go up while I am away. And even like for New York, because I'm like, I'm going to be home for 2 weeks. Like I'm going to be unpacking, washing, repacking. I'm like, so I feel like my brain's like in that mode where it's like not like, let me just relax and read and be happy, you know.
It's definitely one of those like, okay, what do I have to get done before I leave? Because I'm leaving immediately, but not. But yeah, I understand that. You should get some relaxing reading time.
Fingers crossed. But I hope you had a good birthday.
Yes, this was a lovely way to spend a birthday. Like,
hopefully the first of many.
Yeah, I like this idea. Maybe I'll just make this a yearly thing.
You should. It'd be really cool.
Aww.
It's very nice to meet you. Hello.
Lovely humans. Cami is one of the many lovely humans I shouted out in that 33 booktuber shoutouts that I just did the other day. So, yay, lovely humans.
Yeah, that was a really good video. I love that. And again, I can't believe you're 33. I would never ever think that in my whole life.
I mean, the dyed hair helps. I get ID'd all the time because purple hair, so I'm okay with it.
This is gonna sound like the creepiest thing. I'm adding her right now. I'm like, let me find her channel real quick. This is gonna sound like the creepiest thing, but it's your skin. You have hella nice skin. Very nice skin.
I mean, to be fair, all of the like second puberty acne doesn't show up on camera, so there's that.
I don't know. I feel like I've seen your vlogs a lot, and all right, let me see. Is this? Yes. Okay. I was just making sure. I was like, I want to make sure I add this person.
Yep. All the humans. I mean, yeah, my skin is not the worst, but also I had no idea that second puberty was a thing until recently. So like everybody watch out, it's terrible.
Oh my gosh,
Like
please
nobody
no.
tells you about second puberty, and then suddenly you got acne again, there's extra hair growing on your face, and you're like, "But why?" I don't understand.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I feel like last night I was like in this group chat with Madeline and all them, and I was like doing like a chemical exfoliant on my face, and I freaking was like laughing with them, and I left it on for like 5 minutes extra. So now I have like red pat. You can't really tell because I have my light right here, but I was like, oh my gosh, why did I do this to my face? Holy shit. But like even right now, I'm like, your skin looks so good.
Thank you. That is the extra self-esteem boost that I need always in my life. So whenever you feel like telling me that,
And like, let me emphasize too, like 33 is not old at fucking all.
no,
Anyway.
it's definitely not. Like this is like a third life crisis situation. Like because we live much longer these days. Like
Yes, and every day, better and better science, better and better, So
exactly.
we could be immortal, okay?
Yeah, exactly. We'll just live forever. It's fine.
And then you can live out your burlesque dreams, and I can live out my cosplay dreams, and we'll still do it on YouTube, and we'll be like, doesn't say Kathy Reed, doesn't say Meltotheany Reed, okay?
Yeah, exactly. Which like it's fine. I love that I can understand what channels do when I read the channel name, but also like just my name is fine. Nobody can say it or spell it, but it's fine.
I always like, okay, this is just because it's like video games where it's like try hard. So I just want to be like try hard, Like that's like I want to say
Yeah,
it.
people have that instinct, and I understand it. Like it's a weird German surname. There's only like 70 people in the world that have it in my spelling anyway, and having that th in the middle really messes people up who speak English because like that's a th sound. So yeah, Trit.
German back of the throat, I cannot do anything.
Yeah,
How do
no.
you pronounce it if you don't mind me asking?
Yeah, it's Trithardt.
Trithardt.
So Trit like wit and heart like heart.
Trithardt.
Yeah.
Trithardt. I will try very hard to remember that one. Leah, again, the Drums of Autumn girl I always talk about, she's German, and she'll always give me like words to practice. And I have like the most American, like I never feel as white as when I talk to Leah, and I'm like, okay, like let me try this.
You speak a different language, do you? Yeah.
Yeah, like lighthouse, it's like Leuchtturm, Leuchtturm, and I'm like, oh my god, please don't make me do this.
These vowels are difficult.
Yeah, that's really cool. Also in Overwatch, there's a character who's like one of the best, and his name's Reinhardt. So I'm like, okay, I need to think of it like that, like Trithardt.
That is definitely another German name, so yes.
Okay, I'm gonna keep talking to you forever. I love you, and happy birthday. And I'm so honored that you asked me to be on here with you. And thank you. You were on here with me when my fucking team won in an impossible setup that looked really bad for them. So like it was birthday blessings for both of us, okay?
Yes, exactly. I'm happy that my birthday helped make that happen.
And I literally am gonna watch all your just let your videos run while I sleep for the rest of my life. So that's good too.
Thank you. Okay. I will talk to you soon. I will talk to everybody in the chat soon. I love all of you. I need to go pee. So, the broadcast. Bye, friends.